Right, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in to the Boxing Day Test match between Australia and South Africa. It's an absolutely beautiful day here in New Zealand, which is great news. And it looks like a beautiful day at the MCG as well. And of course, with it being at the MCG, that is going to be a big talking point of this Test match. Of course, is Shane Warne, who did pass away in between the last boxing test or the last boxing test and this boxing test. So currently, we do know that Australia, they won the toss. They are going to have a bowl. My lighting is a bit dodgy, isn't it? Not the best. I might have to close that curtain a little bit. See if we can make it a tad better. I think it made it worse, but we will adjust the lighting at some stage throughout the live stream, I'm sure. But I hope you guys are all doing well. Like I mentioned, South Africa, they will be batting first in these tough MCG conditions. And we did get the news that Scotty Boland will be one of the players added into the side for the South Africans. And straight away, when you talk about that man, you think of the MCG and what he was able to do. Only a couple years ago, he tore through a side 6 for 7. We'll be looking for nothing less in this upcoming match. And also welcome CSS Smog. Welcome in. Hope everyone has been having a very good Christmas. Of course, anyone from South Africa would have just finished their Christmas celebrations, probably feeling extremely cold. That is the phone ringing. Boxing Day, gotta love it. I assume that will stop soon, sometime relatively close. There we go. It's now stopped. But Marco Janssen, one of the players in the South African lineup alongside Roberto. Those guys won't want to have a bat today. Hot conditions. Best case scenario is they do not even need to step near their batting gear, and the openers can finally do the job for the South Africans. And also we have got there Miri Mofo, I think that says, from does it say Mofo? Oh, yes, Mofos. And still Christmas in the UK, nearly 11:30, says Gregor. So you will be making the final, I guess, final celebrations of Christmas for yourself, and then you will be straight into Boxing Day. So I'm going to have to close the curtain completely. I don't think I'm going to get to see the sun. That is a bit better. It's still very bright, isn't it? As you can tell, it's an absolute peach of a day here in New Zealand, and we have got about 13 hours of cricket that we will be covering on the channel, or somewhere along those lines. We've got 3 sessions of this game, and then also another 3 sessions of the next matchup, or another 2 sessions, sorry, I should say. How was the game, Gregor? Says Gareth. I'm about to sneeze. Here we go. We're having a shocking start to Boxing Day, aren't we? But that is all right, because the test match is just about to get underway in Glasgow versus Edinburgh. There's Gareth in the chat as well. But I should mention, anyone who is new, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are going to be talking for the next 7 hours or so. So if you don't like our voice, I think you're going to get very sick of us in a quick hurry. But I hope everyone's had a good Christmas. Australia, I think they'll be pretty happy to have won the toss here at the MCG. We did see New Zealand actually in 2019 were able to win the toss, but it didn't affect the result as the Australians. They're normally pretty strong in Melbourne. Definitely now with this test match being Warner's 100th, being one that they are remembering Shane Warne for. I think we're going to see a South African side under pressure, and I hope they are up for that challenge. I hope that they do decide to really go for it here. The last test match only went 2 days, as we saw, which is something you don't really want to see for test match cricket. You want to see it going more around that 4 or 5 days, which I believe is what we're going to see for New Zealand versus Pakistan, depending on what road they are on. But they've got the Shane Warne stand at the MCG, not as full as I thought it would be for day one, to be honest. There's still quite a few empty spaces. Now in 2019, New Zealand versus Australia, I think they got about 84,000 in attendance. I'd like to say they've got about maybe 60 to 70,000 tomorrow there. Sorry, I thought you went to the game. Says Gareth there as well. But they have got David Warner. And they'll be switching over to the baggy green for his 100th time in his cricketing career. So a man who's stuck around for a long time at the top of the order for the Australians, and will want to stick around for a lot longer in the future. And with it being a nice sunny day here in New Zealand, hay fever's kicking in almost worse than ever for a lot of people around the South Island. But now the Australians about to make their way out onto the field. Same with the opening batsman for South Africa. And also, we have got the hi, Amish here, the news about season 3. I've heard no news, Brandon. And next home game is New Year's Day versus Munster at 1:30 a.m. Please excuse me. There's Gareth there as well. I'm about to sneeze again. Gonna hold it off. There we go. We have watery eyes, but we're going to be all right. Elgar, the captain here, he's got to do something for the South Africans at the top of the order. He hasn't really fired yet. And I think that's why him and now, who's the man with him? I believe it's Verena, will be opening the batting alongside the skipper, Dean Elgar. So what we will quickly do is we will sneak over here and we will get that there like that. There we go. Scoreboard should now be updating with a little bit of luck, and I'm about to sneeze again. This is terrible. Hay fever, eh? It's a great thing to start a test match with because you know you're going live for the next 10 hours. I think I'm going to need a tissue sponsor by the end of it. Hi, says Amelia. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well. Irvia and Elgar will be opening. I'm about to sneeze again. We're trying to behave ourselves, though. We're trying to keep those eyes open because test match cricket, you don't want to miss a moment. And unfortunately, sneezing makes you miss quite a few of them. Go like this and like this. So far, 9 matches, 380 runs. And then what was up with Krampus? Dude was hating on me. Sorry, it's probably the same guy I timed out for swearing at his mum, eh? Krampus, when was he on? Gareth, that would have been a few days ago, was it? Oh, yeah, no, I think that was because you said something about fans from who supported a side were stupid or something. And then I think he took offense to that because he was a fan of that side. So he got a bit angry. Right, they've just said 65,000 in attendance for this Boxing Day test match, and more will be walking in throughout the day. It will be Mitchell Starc starting off the bowling. Ball has not been bowled yet, and we have sneezed 15 times in about 10 minutes of streaming. But now Mitchell Starc for the Boxing Day test swings away quite nicely. Decent shape on that one. Oh. What a way to start. I'm almost in tears from how many times I have decided to try and blow air out my nose. Australia, they won the toss and they elected to field for this match. I'm going to do it again. I mean, if there's anyone who does like hay fever tablets and whatnot watching, this is your chance to make some big money because I can't stop sneezing. Mitchell Starc, though, second ball now, swinging away quite nicely. And he did do that quite often throughout the first test match, was get it to go away from the left-handers and away from the right-handers. And then eventually you get that in-swinging ball like a ripper that he bowled to Rassie van der Dussen. It's an absolute peach of a ball. Yeah, that one's just carried through quite nicely. A good leave by Dean Elgar. And also great. Watch someone sneezing. I know can't talk about hay fever now. Getting, says Brandon, and hay fever sucks, says Amelia. It does. I wonder why it was existed or like why it was invented. Do you think it was initially because some farmer didn't want to go to work and he was like, oh, I've got hay fever, and then it actually became a thing? Like the boy who cried wolf, but that's going to be a 2 runs for the South Africans. And now Elgar, going to be off the mark. And I've got Fleshin on to a cricket screen, or cricket stream. Watch, says Gareth there. A moment. Now Mitchell Stark, 3 balls bowled. That one once again wide outside of off stump, left alone by Dean Elgar. Can you guys tell that I'm constantly trying not to sneeze? And most of the time I'm just sneezing. This is rough. I feel like this isn't how I imagine my MCG Boxing Day test match starting. 15 sneezes in 10 minutes. My eyes hardly staying awake. Only 2 runs off Mitchell Stark's over. We're looking to be a little bit more inwards towards that pad. Not quite that far, though. He's gone a bit too far to the leg. It's going to be another 2 runs. I was just chased after that. They do actually get back for 3. Relatively safe run in between the wickets for the South Africans. Now Irvia will have the final ball of the first over. The Boxing Day test. Only another 449 overs to go, theoretically. Elgar getting that first run. Then getting another 4 after it. He's had 2 and a 3. He's been taking away some of those nerves throughout the week. It's been a tough one for him because he's a South African captain. A lot of people look at him and they go, why aren't we winning games? Also, your eyes look a bit puffy, mate. That might be the 15 sneezes, Amelia, that I've just done in a row. That might have had a bit of something to do with it, unfortunately. Like, that's the thing. I only actually got up at about 11:40 or so because I didn't want to have hay fever throughout the whole day. Like, I wanted to have it when I woke up, and that was about it. And it seems like that's working effectively, just not completely to plan. All right, that's the end of the first over. Dot ball from Mitchell Stark, and it's 5 for none now for the South Africans. A good start, getting a few runs on the board, ticking them over nice and early, just building up a little bit of confidence themselves there. And Elgar is a bad captain, sorry, says Gareth. It doesn't seem like he's, like, I haven't heard him really talk much. And I don't know whether that's just because I don't know what his voice sounds like, but he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would really fire up the boys when they need a bit of a kick in the butt, which is something you want from a captain. I get that same feeling from Pat Cummins to an extent, but I think because he's a respected member of the team, they kind of listen to him anyway. Whereas with Elgar, I feel like sometimes, like, the South Africans are just like, no, we'll just do what we want. Like, you may be the captain, but we're going to do what we want. And don't worry, I've pulled an accidental all-nighter. I only had about 5 hours of sleep total, says Amelia there. So you will probably end up crashing straight after this test, maybe. If you're wondering, I took my brother to see Phantom of the Opera on Thursday, says Amelia there. So hopefully he enjoyed it as much as you did. Pat Cummins, the captain, about to bowl Elgar, the skipper of South Africa. Nice ball, came back across him a little bit, but was worked to the leg side. Get another single. And this is what South Africa need to do if they don't want to be facing one of the Australian bowlers constantly. You've got to rotate that strike, and Elgar's done that well there. It's bounced up a little bit. In fact, it's actually hit him right on the slice of the bat, but he's been able to turn it around quite nicely to the leg side. And he finds excuses, the interview week where he blamed the pitch. Made my blood boil, says Gareth. Yeah, it's one of those ones. Both sides were betting on it, though, weren't they? And I feel like, yes, to an extent, he can say that the test finished earlier than he would have liked, but you still got to bet on it. At the end of the day, we saw Australia dismissed cheaply as well. So was his main excuse that they wanted to bat for more time, but they just got bowled out, so they couldn't? Was that what his argument was? Because he got out cheaply in both innings, didn't he? So that's a tricky one to say we wanted to bat longer. And if the pitch wasn't so difficult, I would have scored more runs, I guess, is his argument. But you look at someone like a Travis Head who got 90s. You look at a couple of his teammates, Verena, he got in the 60s for that first innings. I think I've made my feeling clear on Dean Algar many times on the channel. It's been about $200 plus tickets or odd tickets. Maybe because first time round got a bit dizzy. Sitting in the nosebleeds, so sitting on the lower levels was worth it. There's Amelia there. Mm. You got to be strategic about the seating. I know that a lot of people at the MCG, the ones who are definitely up close to the top of the stadium, they'll be feeling the heat today, and it will be even worse tomorrow. I believe it's going to be about 36 is the high, somewhere around there, just a little bit too warm for a test match down the left side. And able to catch up with that one. Irvia still sitting on 0, yet to get himself off the mark in this match. And that is true. Says Gareth there. My friend got pissed. Maybe I have little too much last night. Says Baron. That's the one that he wanted me to read. Yeah, not quite catching up with that one, Irvia. And he will be in the boat of just trying to get a run at some point here. Not forcing it, but also as soon as he does get one, have a little bit more flowing off the bat. Pat Cummins making it difficult for him, though. Actually, not hugely accurate so far, Pat Cummins. I think he's had his line more for a right-hander than a left-hander to Irvia. Everything's been on his pads. Needs that ball to go right across him. Hey, do you know about Phantom of the Opera? Or do you know what Phantom of the Opera is about? Because I don't want to spoil it, says Amelia. I know that someone mentioned it on the live stream the first time you were gone, and it's a bit of a weird backstory, isn't it? In a way. Can't remember the exact logics around it, but it's something about a stalker, isn't it? Phantom of the Opera. Eddie Cummins charges in, last ball. That is a better line, and that's a great leave. Close out the second over. There we go. You guys can hear me again. I'll try not to sneeze too much, but I can't guarantee it. Hey, Gareth, welcome in, mate. Says Gareth there. And also we have got there, I'll write what it says on the flyer I've got. Says Amelia. Elgar actually sitting on 6 off 6. And maybe that is what South Africa need to do in this test match. Go a little bit. Again, really? Go a little bit more aggressive in the way that they've batted, because sometimes they just allow the Australians to get on top of them and don't tick over the runs that they should be. And we saw that in the last test match as well. They went into their defensive bubble. Australia kept on picking up those wickets, and it just kept on, I guess, kind of disappearing a little bit. Okay, so Gareth's still angry about something that happened a while ago. I don't think Gareth can actually unblock you, Gareth. I think that's down to me, but I'd have to go through about 1,400 spam accounts of people wanting to sell sex to be able to find it. So yeah, that's probably one that would be quite a tricky task. So you will unblock my main account. What was your main account, Gareth? I mean, I'll try and find it, but it will probably be quite a mission. Like, I'll probably have to sit there for a good half an hour to an hour. And as I never sold sex, except saying Gareth is fed out at the time of anger. So I'm nutty. I mean, I can try and look for it, but I can't guarantee it will be easy to find. Looks like at the moment, Dean Algar getting it adjusted. Although, of course, normally going after moderators isn't recommended on the channel. So probably calling him a twat before wasn't a smart move, but I'll try. See what I can do. And also, why not show the game? Says Chris, sadly, due to licensing, if we were to show any match footage or audio, YouTube take us straight down. So even though I'm sneezing and everything. I still unfortunately can't show any match footage to go alongside my 50 sneezes now. Nicely worked to the leg side by Algar once again, tapping it over. Nice we have got there. I'm sorry, Sorty, sort. Oh, sorry for blaming you for the ban. I have not, or it not responsible. And I was like, but then who bans? Says Gareth. So we have got, I believe, about 15 moderators on the channel. So it could have been any one of the moderators. Just because you said something offensive to Gareth doesn't mean Gareth was the one who timed you out or blocked you. Because any one of those 15 people have the ability, some of them don't even comment on live streams. They literally just watch the chat. So it could have been a sneaky ghost moderator. But I'm not going to tell you who it was because, of course, I don't know. And also, I don't want you to abuse them instead because I feel like that would be kind of pointless. And it would just end up with you getting banned again. Algar sitting on 7 off 9. Irvia now picks up his first run of the day, hit it down the ground. And he did take an early call to say yes. Pat Cummins, he was able to cut it off quite nicely. So any twit with an opinion could be it. Yeah, so you could have blocked yourself, Gareth. Sorry, that was too harsh, wasn't it? And I know your name's not Gareth, so it didn't really work. I'm going to treat myself to a cheeky bit of Uber Eats, says Amelia there. Currently, Stark sitting on 2 runs off this over. He's gone for 7 so far off 10 balls. Something Mitchell Stark won't be too happy about. 115th MCG test between these two sides. In fact, sorry, just at the MCG. Oh, a little bit of an edge there, but I think he edged it into the ground. And I was like, I can be a twit. So fair cool, says Gareth there. Another dot ball. I don't think he expected it to be so full from Mitchell Stark. Yeah, no, he chopped the ground. He didn't actually get any bet on it. I thought initially he had chopped it into the ground and then it bounced up. He had a weird stare down with Mitchell Stark after, like he was angry that he bowled him a Yorker. Maybe it's a new bat. And Algar doesn't want the bottom of it to get cracked. Stark bowling at about 140. At the moment, yes. Maybe the final ball of the third over. Left alone outside of off stump. And also we have got there. So how do I get main account unbanned? Oh, like I said before, I'd have to go through all of the spam accounts that we've ever had to block on the channel, look through every single one individually, and then try and find your name on a list somewhere. So depending on how long ago it was, like you said, it was like 4 months. So I probably have to scroll back through a good 1,000 accounts, try and find the one that says I am nutty, and then click a little tiny X next to it that says you can now comment. So that's quite a bit of effort, to be fair. And Merry Christmas, mate. Are you doing the Kiwis Pakis game later? I am, but we do miss the first session due to the overlap of the 2 test matches. So I believe we're coming in for New Zealand, Pakistan from about 9 p.m. onwards. I think that is the plan for it. I still have to wait another 12 minutes. Oh, trying to work it to the leg side there. Irvia not able to get it away. Cummins still relying on that very straight line to Irvia that pretty much opens up the leg side if he can get the shot away. But because of how accurate Pat Cummins is, it makes it very difficult to play that one across the line. Yeah, that one's just a little bit almost too leg side for Irvia to be able to work away the way that he wants to. And this will frustrate Irvia because he normally enjoys playing off his legs. Currently, Pat Cummins is not making it fun to play off his legs. Got across him a little bit more. They'll take this quick single down the ground. Scotty Boland feels it. A little bit of a cheer from the crowd, Scotty Boland, just for fielding that one. I finally bought Rugby Challenge 3 on my Xbox Series X. Does the 3 run any better than 4 does on Series X? Or Series S, Amelia? So I know that, it's not normally too great for Rugby Challenge on any console. Now they're talking about Rugby Challenge 5 coming out, which I feel like will be possibly another downfall from Rugby Challenge 4. That's a good ball. Cummins gets it to go straight across Algar, seeing if he wants to drive. And Series S is 10 times better on Series S. And Beer Pro is always going to be on Rugby Challenge 3. Says Amelia there. Speaking of threes, they have got the big stand. Number 3 lights in Melbourne. It's a great stadium, and they will have quite the atmosphere throughout as many days as this test match goes for. I hope it goes for 5 days, but there is a chance after the last test between the two sides, we may see a slightly shorter test match. Oh, bold again. Algar almost losing his footing there. And also, we definitely clashed at some point. I remember that, but you aren't on my list of block people. Sorry, man, says Gareth. And it's always going to be a better compared to Rugby Challenge 4, says Amelia. And also, there used to be this YouTuber called Him Profit, who used to think that website moderators are to blame for why there's so much crime in the world, says Kiwi Gamer. Interesting. So you said used to. What happened to him? Oh, catch and ball. No, Cummins puts it down. Could have been Algar out early. Could have been the skipper. Getting the skipper, but through the hands of Pat Cummins there. He doesn't normally drop them. He's normally pretty good of his own bowling. I think he was expecting it to come back a lot quicker than it did. But it sits up. Got a fingertip to it, maybe just outside of the reach. Straight away, saw it with the eyes, that wasn't quite able to get to it with the hands. Good effort, though. That'll be the end of the over. 4 overs down, none for 9. Merry Christmas, Hamish. Hope you had a good one. And thanks for all you do. Great content, says the Flying Pan Man. Thank you very much, mate. I think for Christmas, I got hay fever. I'm about to sneeze. But I always say, if I've got hay fever, it means that it's a nice day here. So the people without hay fever can at least enjoy Boxing Day, which is good news. Be able to get out to all the shops, spend time with the family as well. Yeah, Pat Cummins just not quite able to get their hands to that one for the court and bowl. I don't think he gave up after no one would listen to him, says Kiwi Gamer. So did no one listen to him because he was wrong, or did no one listen to him, or maybe not enough people listened to him that he felt should have? Jill Stark, that's a good ball. That's come back in a little bit. I believe there was a bit of an inside edge onto leg for Irvia there. I'm going to have to do this quite a bit throughout the live stream. There we go. Scotty Boland. They've got a statue in bronze of him on the sideline, and he's still a very big favourite here in Melbourne after what he did. Oh, that's close. Maybe drifting down leg a little bit. I don't think the Australians will want to go upstairs for this one. They might consider it. Well, you blocked me for enough. And I remember a comment I detailed or I deleted to repeat and then clashed, says Gareth. Okay. I'm not sure what that middle part was, but some of the other I do. They've just said that umpires call it best. Yeah, I was missing. And then, so a good call from the Australians not to go upstairs for. I think everyone needs to know that any mod is really trying their best. Support this channel. I have 2 things. Don't insult people's family members. Don't bring religion up, says Gareth. Oh, that's closer. That's closer. It's more full as well. The umpire still says no. Double noise might be the thing stopping that one. Oh, no. Pat Cummins straight away said back. But then now Alex Curio things come over and said, actually, mate, it might not be. No, they don't use it. But if you cite, can't identify who blocked, etc., sorry, prime suspects sit on you, says Gareth there. Sorry, I was this guy twice, it donated, it got banned for less than what? For some mod set, says Gareth there. See, because I don't know whether or not YouTube have the option of seeing what was said when you got blocked. Yeah, it was an inside edge. But Jill Stark, it's a half volley. Great shot from Irv. Yeah, this is going to be at least 3 runs. Yeah, chasing after it. Nathan Lyon just jogging, knowing it was going to be 3. But first thing first, I watch you. This is just drama, says Gareth there. And also, whereas Adam Markram, is he playing South Africa's batting is very bad, very brittle and susceptible to collapses. It is. And unfortunately, they don't seem to have that anchor in the middle of their innings to be able to change the momentum. Once Australia start taking wickets, it does seem like it's only a matter of time, which is a bit of a shame. I'll quickly get their whole lineup for you and read it out. Australia versus. Geez, my phone's running slow today. I think it's trying to get me to buy a new one for Boxing Day, but I'm not falling for it. Jill Stark for the 3 runs just then. Oh, it was going down leg as well. So they have got De Bruyne at number 3. They've got Bavuma, Zondo, Verena, Janssen, Maharaj, Rabada, Nokia, and Ngidi. See, for me, Bavuma, wasn't he batting about 5 or 6 in the last test match? And he's been promoted up the order quite drastically. It's as if they've almost. What if they added another bowler, or they just. See, that batting lineup for me doesn't say threatening. Ada Markram, if he was there, yes. If Keegan Peterson was there, yes. But they are just missing a couple more batters, I think, in this lineup for South Africa. This is why these openers need to absolutely fire. Have I got something wrong? I'm sorry, says Gareth. I don't think you got it wrong, though, at the time. I believe if you had blocked rather than timing out, there would have been a very good reason for it. Like, you don't normally block anyone that didn't deserve to be blocked at the time, even though it may not have even been you who blocked them. And also, who are you streaming at UK 7:40 AM? Says Ahmad. So that will be, I believe, 7:40 AM. That will be Pakistan versus New Zealand, I believe. That we are going to be doing. So we are finishing the full day of South Africa versus Australia, and then we are jumping into Pakistan versus New Zealand for the evening. That is the plan anyway. Pat Cummins again, that's going to hit the pad. Geez, there's been a lot of momentum going straight into those pads of the South Africans at the moment from Australia. A lot of balls repeatedly striking them. Said with Pat Cummins going over the wicket to the left hand, it makes it very tricky to get an LBW unless it's extremely pitched up and right up there in the block hole. And do you think New Zealand will win? Not sure yet. I think I'll have to see the pitch to see what they're playing on. Because if they're playing on a pitch that could easily go 7 or 8 days, I don't think New Zealand will be able to accelerate it the way that England did. Whereas if they're playing on a spinner's track, I don't know if New Zealand have got the spin capabilities to be able to match Pakistan in that department. So I think it's going to be tough. New Zealand coming as underdogs on the betting odds I do see. They are actually just showing Pat Cummins was able to dismiss Dean Elgar with the left-hander on strike, and it was that ball that was slightly further up. And also, I'm afraid Zondo is not a test batter. He's a good player. He's not good enough to play test cricket, in my opinion, says John. Yeah, he did all right in that first match for the second innings, but I don't think he was so much playing his normal test match style. It was more just really survival, wasn't it? Rather than being able to progress it too much. We saw a good combination with him and Bavuma, but I think Bavuma was doing a majority of the scoring. So yeah, once they lose, you'd have to argue, once they lose 3 or 4 wickets here, South Africa, you've got Verena who might add a little bit of something before we get to the tail, but as soon as it's at the tail, I think it's when wicket after wicket might end up falling short. Ball gloved it. Irvia gets just enough on it. It was out of Alex Carey's range. We'll race away for 4, but a half chance for the Australians once again. He impressed me last match. Says Gareth down. Will New Zealand be able to beat England in January or February? Not sure at the moment. It's still a wee way away. We don't even know if half of the New Zealand side will still be playing. Of course, they don't have Trent Bolt now, which is going to be a big gap to fill for the Kiwis. So yeah, it depends on what squad they go with. We don't know whether there'll be injuries coming into those series, whether or not England still go with a relatively similar side to Pakistan, or they might mix it up a little bit for the New Zealand series. Nice shot from Irvia. Beautifully glides it off his pads, and that one will race to the boundary for 4 runs. Nicely done by Irvia. Back-to-back boundaries. A little bit uppish from Irvia, I should mention, but with no one out there, was going to be all right to hit it in the air. Right, he's sitting on 13 off 18. Algar 7 off 17. It's interesting because Algar was sitting about 7 runs off 6 deliveries, or somewhere around 7 off 7. Cummins. Oh, that's an edge. And that's going to be the wick. Hang on. Okay, what's that hit? Because someone said they heard nothing. I heard a big noise there. They don't look convinced. Did it hit his pat? I assume it's a back legger. And what channel are you watching on? I'm watching on Sky Sport 3 at the moment here in New Zealand. The Black Cats will thrash Baz's team, says John Mills. Right, so what did that hit? Did it hit his back pad? Yeah, hit the back leg. Okay, that's what I heard then. Because Alex Carey was pretty happy about it. Yeah, just clips the back leg. And also, issue. I just stopped paying the guy YouTube ban, says Gareth there. Also, Black Cat's gonna thrash Baba Razam or trash Baba Razam. Where's Faraz? He'll be on later on today, I would think. In that one, if he come to you lack of income, blame the person who banned, says Gareth. And there, I don't think that would be the case because at the end of the day, I always take like positive energy over money any day of the week. I feel like you guys who know me by now know that is what I'm about. Like, I wouldn't care if I made 1 cent of a live stream, but if everyone had a good time on that live stream, I'm a happy man. Whereas if I made a whole heap of money and people were just miserable, I'd hate it. So I don't mind. Now Mitchell Stark charging in again. Nice shot out through cover. It looks like he's just punched that one. Should get 2. Oh, a little bit of yes, no. Great work there from Marnus Labuschagne chasing after it. It's it to just the single. Elgar now sitting on 8 off 18. His first run in quite a few balls. Irvia 13 off 19 deliveries. Ticking off quite nicely. 21 runs off only the 6 or so overs. Okay, so the South African commentator has now said he's not that impressed with Australia's bowling with the areas that they've been hitting. Although it's still been creating half chances. We've got to remember Algar was almost out with a caught and bowled down the leg side. Irvia ended up hitting the ball a little bit with his glove. I was like, sure, you're banned. I mean, a timeout is more common as well, says Gareth there. And also, the Pommies don't play proper test cricket. They're comeuppance in the land of the white cloud, says John Mills. Yeah, we'll be interested to see whether or not they stick with that same test style. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's looking effective at the moment, but will it always be effective? And you've got that risk of what happens if all of a sudden you start losing those top order guys quickly. How do the tail keep up with baseball? Or do they go back to normal cricket and then you get yourself in a bit of trouble? You might not get a huge total. Sark, bit of a loosener there outside of off stump. Slinging it quite wide. Like they said, having a little bit of trouble with the footing again, Mitchell Stark. Seems to be something that he is quite often. Is that it might be right where the drop in pitches. And also, I hope the curator didn't overreact from the last test comments, says Gareth there. And Go Australia says Peacock Games. At the moment, Scotty Boland is about to be added into the bowling attack. And like they've said, as soon as Scotty Boland goes into the attack, the crowd are going to go absolutely berserk for him because he is MCG icon to an extent after that last match that he played here. Like they said, when he went down to fine leg, got of a lot of, I guess, praise as well, just for walking. And also, I type a comment on normal, no visualization, visualoin, I think that is a second account. So can only be banned, says Gareth there. G'day, Amish. Being professional has nothing to do with money. It's to do with attitude. That makes you the consummate professional. Professional, says Joshua. May still not be able to read, but I normally not too bad with the positive energy, I guess you could say. So broke space bar during gaming anger, says Gareth there. You angry? I'm nutty? Surely not. You wouldn't get angry at games, would you? This is where, if I was being a bit smart, I would have said, did you get banned from them as well? But I decided to hold back, even though I just kind of said it anyway. Second test between South Africa and Australia. This is actually on the third day of test match cricket between the two sides, which is ironic because it's the second test match. But the first one only going 2 days. Once again, left alone outside of off stump. That'll be the end of the Stark over. And at 3 runs and over at the moment, the South Africans 21 for none. G'day, Omi, says Muttley. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well. It's his own wicket. Watch them tumble now. There's John Mills. Yeah, he's just such a great bowler, Scotty Boland. Like, you look at the fact that Hazelwood is out, but now, I don't know, is their bowling lineup stronger with Boland? Or is it still about the same? Because Scotty Boland, his line and length, underrated. The fact that he's able to hit this same spot over and over again. It's like Kerry O'Keefe said in the last match. You could put down a mobile phone right on a spot, and Scotty Boland would hit that mobile phone over and over and over again. Okay, says Gareth in there. Wait, should I call? I feel like I need to call the other fella Nutty so that we don't get confused. Mate, Ebola makes my first 11 every time, says Muttley. He's a very good player to have in a first 11 because he's just very good. And not just taking the wickets, but he's normally pretty economical. Now, I don't know what that does for your first 11, but I'd assume that it would help it out a little bit, wouldn't it, if a guy's not going for a huge amount of runs? First of all, though, it looks like they are going to be having Pat Cummins continue. Now, Pat Cummins. He's had a couple half chances. No games alone. It's always 50-50, so I'm angry at myself. Not another. 2004. I had a few forks stuck in the wall, says Nutty there. Pat Cummins just on that one a little bit wide. Now he's coming round the wicket, you see. So this will be definitely the angle that Elgar cannot afford to leave the wrong ball. Definitely with that length that Cummins bowls, everything goes just over the stumps by about this much normally when he's coming round the wicket. Looks like he was relatively happy with that ball, Pat Cummins. He'll be even happier with that one. That one was a little bit more pitched up just outside of off stump. Trying to get it to come back in a little bit more there. Elgar, he's really slowed down. Irvia to an extent has as well, but Elgar, they just don't seem to be giving him any freebies, whereas Irvia, couple cover drives every once in a while, whipped it to the leg side with that nice shot that went for 4. But they said the MCG, it's certainly going to be an atmosphere throughout this first test match. We're currently, that can't be correct, can it? Are we 40 minutes through and we've only had 7 overs? If I'm not wrong, that's an absolutely terrible over rate. Am I correct in that statement? Did we start late? That's like that's like 5 or so minutes per over here at the moment for the Australians. They're gonna have to bowl spin just to get through some of them. And Cummins needs one in his teeth, I think. Says John Mills there. I enjoy the way that he somehow doesn't bite his tongue off because he goes like that, doesn't he? When he bowls, it looks really angry while doing it. I didn't look very intimidating while I did mine. Oh, well fielded by Captain Cummins. And bowling as miserly with runs and builds Precious says Muttley as well. Also, we have got this, so you still can't tell who banned me, says Garrett. But the thing is, you can't keep on calling them a twat because or else then that just makes it seem like their ban was warranted. Like the more I see you comment, like pretty much just asking who was the one who banned you, the more I'm like, okay, well, whoever did it, maybe they did a good job. And seriously, I work in it. It should be 5 second search of email as well, says Gareth. Like seriously, I work it in it. It should be 5 second search of email ID, says Gareth. Well, I mean, I haven't found that section. I just normally know where all of the people who did something wrong end up. And that's the pile that you've fallen into for your last account, unfortunately. One ball left, 5 dots in a row from Pat Cummins. Oh, Elgar, that was a yes, yes, yes. Actually, no, thank you. I wouldn't like that run. So that will be the end of the over. Once again, another good one from the captain. And also, I was banned after knowing that I won't do it again, says Gareth. Well, now Scotty Boland about to be bowling this ninth over at the MCG. So the crowd already starting to erupt and he's only practicing the run up. Our match is 6:25. And also, so how do you pronounce? Well, John, there's a situation, which is I covered a game of the URC about 3 days ago, and there was a player called Labuschagne. So if it's a South African, I call him Labuschagne, but if it is a Labuschagne in the Australian team, he likes to go by Labuschagne rather than Labuschagne. So yeah, I think that's going to be. It's a bit of a weird one because if South Africa had a player with the name Labuschagne, we'd have one Labuschagne, one Labuschagne in the same game. If his way is correct, says Gareth. I mean, depending on like for him, he might decide that the other way's a bit better or worse. It just depends on what he likes, really. Right, here comes Scott Boland. Outside of off stump, it's straight to Nathan Lyon. He got a bit on that, yeah. Probably lucky it went to the fielder. India and Australia, the World Test Championship final. Says assist there. It's a good chance. Could be the case. I know that for South Africa to get through to the World Test Championship final, they need to win at least one of their games here in Australia and then also clean sweep the West Indies, which will not be easy to do, but they are playing, I believe, in South Africa, so that will benefit them just a little bit. Origin and name. I am an Aussie who speaks Spanish, French, and Swedish. That is going to be, oh, quick single. Yep, nicely done. Irvia gets off strike. And now it will be Boland to Elgar. Can he juice, says John? I guess so, to an extent. I mean, I could decide my name's pronounced Hamish. That's how I'd say it. I don't actually say it like that, do I, Mum? Hello. Oh, yeah, we could do the light on. It is quite dark. There we go. Oh, that's all right. Big light's still out in the shed from Christmas. Yeah. Going walking. Who with? Ah, I see. Bye. Is he French or Australian? So he was born in South Africa, I believe. I believe one of his parents are Greek and the other is South African or Australian, maybe. And also we have got this always a point of view. And also you should buy some lights, says Gareth. There they've just shown Scotty Boland from 2021. Does normally like he always finds his length. He doesn't bowl any Yorkers, which is interesting. Never in his test match career has he gone a little bit fuller. Gets it on full length, but not quite to the extent of a Yorker. He just continues, get it just outside of your off stump, continuously making you think about playing. Boland was late injection for Josh Hazlewood, who was actually missing, and spacebar. And there, Phillips Hugh lights, says Gareth. See, we normally have a soft box, which I might consider getting back up ready for the second session of the day, just so it is a little bit brighter in here. Oh, but yeah, it's an absolutely beautiful day outside, which I think is also affecting the light. Right, they're going to take another cheeky single. Oh, what was that? Whoever that was in close, if they had gone with an underarm, might have had a run out opportunity. I think it was Labuschagne. Instead, he went with the side throw. That just really sent it miles past the stumps. Didn't get it too flash. From how close was this? Labuschagne charging onto it. Yeah, see, if he had got that underarm away, might have had a bit more success there. Marnus just roll. Yeah, I don't know if that would have worked. I don't know if it was quick enough from Marnus with the sidearm. It just took that extra half split second. Now Irvia back on strikes and gone 14 off 26. Well bowled. And that's going to be nicely done by Boland to cut off that ball from the straight drive into the over. 2 off it at the moment for Boland. Be disappointed. He's gone for a triple wicket maidens. Now going for a couple runs. And I'm not sure. Again, I'm not going to hide someone in the channel willy-nilly. I've been sworn at, and I don't mind. Sorry, I'm nutty. Says Gareth there. I hear voices. I know who that is. Okay, I know who it is now. That didn't take much investigation, did it? And so, simple question. Can you undo a screw? Or how to undo a screw? Says I'm nutty. Is it like an actual question or just you trying to get yourself unbanned again? I'm nutty. Because undoing a screw, normally you just turn the screwdriver the other way. Easy enough, isn't it? Cummins, he seems to have found his line when he's gone around the wicket rather than over. Elgar on 9 off 28 deliveries. They've got a couple good singles in that last over from Boland, though. Nathan Lyon. I don't think he'll be required till maybe about 20 overs through. Although I don't think he's going to get a chance in this first session because currently it looks like we're only going to get about 22 overs out of the 30 that they should get. And also we have got there, yes, I am screwed. So to unscrew me involves what? Like I said, so this will be the 4th time I've told you now I am nutty. So if you're not going to listen, I just won't bother. But pretty much there's a list of about 1,500 or maybe even 2,000 blocked accounts. I then have to go through all of those blocked accounts to find your old name and then find a little X next to it that I can click. Is that understandable enough? Or that's a glove? Or is it? No, it's not. It's a little noise there. I think it might have brushed the shoulder of Elgar. I wasn't quite able to catch up with it. And hey, Hamish, been a while, but I used to watch your streams quite regularly at the start of the year, says Mitron. Oh, were you the cricket or the rugby, Mitron? Because I assume start of the year would have been maybe, what did we do at the start of last year? I think it was Pakistan, Australia, was it? In the BBL possibly that we did see you for. Yeah, just ended up clipping I think it was the arm guard or the elbow of Elgar there. Shot. Doesn't quite get all of it. Labuschagne going to be able to cut this one off. Keeps it to one, well fielded by the pocket rocket Labuschagne. Currently, the runs are starting to tick over a bit easier. Yes, that's not your problem. That's your admin's problem. No, it's what I have to do because I'm the only one, I believe, unless they unblock you at the time, they can't unblock you. Like it is me who has to do it now. And also we have there Cricket Matron. I used to watch the Ashes and the BBL stream, says Matron. Oh, yeah, Ash. Yeah, no, Ashes did happen last year, didn't they? 2021. No, 2020 was it? Has it been a full? What year did the Ashes take place? No, it would have been 2021. Never mind. Just trying to remember. Shot. Nicely hit. Backward point region. That will be 4 runs for Irvia there. And I got you. Says it was I am nutty, but nicely struck. Cummins is starting to get a little bit expensive. He's going for 15 off his 4.5 overs. South Africa batting out very nicely in this first session. So I wonder if Cam Green is the next option that they decide to go with 21-22. Says Matron. I always get confused because the 2021 was in Australia, whereas 2019, I always think, right, well, in December in Australia was the New Zealand Australia series, but that is because they play it at a different time of year when it's in England, don't they? Which reminds me, the Ashes is this year, ladies and gentlemen, or next year. That's just coming up soon. Well, that's a 5 over spell from Paddy Cummins. I think either Cam Green or Nathan Lyon will be the next player out there. And also, who's the next Black Caps captain after Tim Southgamish? Will it be Satner? I don't know if Satner will get it, mainly because he's struggling to get into the side, depending on the format, that is. But, I mean, Latham doesn't seem to want it, does he? I feel like he would have been maybe one who was in the running. Alongside him, you've got... Who else have you really got in the New Zealand side? Blundell? No? Who else we got in the top of the order? I'd say probably Blundell for Test to an extent, if he's going to be there consistently, just because we don't really have anyone else that I can think of. I remember vividly was Bangladesh beating New Zealand in New Zealand. Ah, yes. Did my mum join us for that one, Miss Ron, or was it just me for that match? And then she joined me for South Africa's one, I think. So it's easier to stick with fake account. I paid before. I won't pay under spawn account. Says Gareth, that's no worries. We once again don't care about the money side of things, so it's all good. I like how you've got like a bit of leverage though. It was a good attempt, but nah, not going to work. Algar sitting 10 runs off 32 balls, currently 3 slips and the gully. Big Cam Green there, bowling to the leg side, another single for Dean Algar. This is what they need to do up against Boland, because as soon as he gets 6 balls at the same batsman, he starts to find those little bits of movement that can make it very tricky. And she did join, she still streamed, or she still join you on the streams. Some of them we have had her on in the past. We've done a bit of BBL this year, and she has joined me, I think, for one BBL game. Dad's actually joined me for a BBL match as well. And then a little bit of test match cricket every once in a while. They will join me, I think, for Australia, West Indies. We have Mum on for a session in a bit. Boland again outside of off stump. That's a nice ball. A little bit of a waist seam there for Scotty Boland. What about Daryl Mitchell? He's another option, I guess. It's actually interesting to think in 5 years' time, New Zealand side's going to look completely different to what they look now. And Shane Bangladesh ain't doing so well right now. Yeah, they had India in a bit of trouble, but I believe it was my uncle was telling me the score there. And I was like, yeah, but India at the moment, they've still got Ashwin. And then I also had Iyer at the crease. And I was like, yeah, no, they're not gone yet. Even though they're about 7 down or whatever it was. Still trouble, that's off the edge. It's Kerry Kawaja. Takes the catch and Boland gets Irvia. Another wicket at the MCG for the cult hero of the Gabba. Oh, sorry, Well, he's a cult hero everywhere, isn't he, Scotty Boland? He did brilliantly in his last test match. I won before that as well, but now that will be the wicket of Irvia. Exactly what the Australians wanted. He pushed at it and gets the wicket. Shane Bangladesh. Oh, no, I read that one. And no, says Gareth. Good hands from Kawaja. Just drifts down alongside it. Takes the catch. South Africa, right. This is where I'm very intrigued. Because for the South Africans, they need to rebuild right now. And that will actually be a man who's new into the side for this test series. And this is a dreadful over. I agree. It's shocking. We've almost had an hour of test match cricket and they are only about 11 overs in. In fact, less than 11 overs at drinks. This is, someone's getting fined for sure here. Because to get through only 10 overs in an hour that's pretty poor. Now you're supposed to get through 30 in the session. They're not getting through another 20 in the next hour or so. Definitely because drinks will actually cut into that time a bit more. But Irvia now out, the next batsman at the crease. Gonna have to make sure that he does build a little bit of chemistry with Algar. Like I mentioned, he's a relatively new man to the crease, De Bruyne. Hopefully he goes all right though. I have to see whether or not he can get that momentum going. But currently 15% chance that South Africa win, 13% chance of the draw, and 72% chance that the Aussies are at a walk away with another one. Currently got a KFC ad. That's nice. And also thoughts in the IPL auction. I'll be honest, I actually haven't seen it as of yet. I know that there were a few players who were going for a bit of money and whatnot, but I actually haven't really been paying attention to what's happened. And I guess because the IPL is so far away, like I normally get intrigued about it just before. The decision to bowl first is a typical of a bowler or a captain. Cummins is under a bit of pressure for this decision, says Joshua. Although I can also understand it, because at least in this regard, they get to bowl last, which means Nathan Lyon might be able to have a field day on the pitch on about day 5. John, the Boland is a region in the Western Cape province, says Michael there. Whereas Ryan Rickleton for the Saffers? There's a few big questions. Where is Markram? Where is Peterson? I know that Keegan Peterson was missing from the first one, I think, due to injury. So he's still out, sadly, but there are a lot of guys who are right there that I think could really benefit the South African side, but they just either don't have them available or they just haven't selected them. Because even in the bowling department, I believe there is, who's the quick bowler who I'm thinking of that they haven't selected, but he's out with injury. There's one quick bowler for South Africa. I'm sure you guys will be able to name him pretty much like that. And also we have their Markman, who's never really kicked on, but he had so much promise. And also we have got there, you made me fall off the chair for a second. My sister's name is Michelle. Oh, you thought you had been spotted, Gareth. Ben Stokes likes bowling first too, but that's because England are good at chasing, says Mitran. Right, Scotty Boland here. He's already got a wicket in his first 10 balls. Now, Funes De Bruyne averages 19.45. Not a huge amount of runs there. Scotty Boland right on the money, just outside of off stump and blocked away by De Bruyne. So losing Irvia. I was going to say just before the drinks break, but we should already have had the drinks break. The good news with Boland is he doesn't mess around. He just gets back to his mark and goes from there. So that will Dwayne Oliver. He is one. There's also another guy. I'm trying to think of off the top of my head. I'm just keeping an eye out. I think people might be arriving at the house at some stage today, popping in and out, saying hello. And in the 90s, Jim Carey, Damon Wayans. That's going to be a little bit leg side-ish. Carey liked it. Into the Boland over. Just the one run off it. And that will be now 11 overs down, 1 for 29. And I should mention Nathan Lyon now looks like he is coming into the bowling attack. And at the end of the day, should note, I enjoy your commentary enough to create a Elias account. Thumbs up. Says, I am nutty there. Oh, Boland's actually going off here. going down the tunnel. Must have needed a wee, but he wasn't able to have one at the drinks break. We go like, we have got a donation from Mitran. One moment, mate. We'll go up here and we'll click that. And also, I think with the Markram debate, we should remember Cullis had an average of 20 after his first 50 tests. Yeah, so that's a good point. Like some players just take a little bit longer to get going, don't they? But then sometimes taking a player out of a side can actually benefit them drastically. We looked at someone like Usman Khawaja, got taken out, came back in, and really has cemented himself in one of the spots now. Nathan Lyon. First ball just left alone. But Bounty or Milky Way, I'll go Milky Way for myself. They're not as good as I remember them, but I remember playing Pass the Parcel at a child's birthday party. I should mention I was also a child at the time. But the prize was a DVD, but I traded it for 3 Milky Ways. And that seemed like a good play on my part. Of course, you can't watch the Milky Way over and over and over again. But now that Netflix was invented after that, maybe I just knew. And also, guys, you can join the live commentary on your scoreboard. Says Nixus. A little bit of self promotion, but I'm loving it. Oh, cut away in the air. No, does get it to fall just short of the man. I think that's David Warner. Yes, it is. Who was fielding at point. And also, I hope he kicks on. He has really good technique. Keeps giving his wicket away. And I feel like that might come down to a point that Brian Lara made. And he said that batting at this level, everyone is good enough to bat. But it's more of the case of not everyone has that mentality to be able to bat for a long period of time. Maybe Markram just lacks a bit of self-confidence while he's out there, or has too much going on in his head that he can't concentrate on what he's doing. Because like you mentioned, great technique. It looks like he should be able to score a whole heap of runs, but it's just those little brain fades that then cause him to mess up a little bit. It's well bowled by Nathan Lyon again, just getting it right up there. Being an opener in South Africa, or being an opener in South Africa is also a bit unfair, says Gareth. And who would you pick for Rugby Champs Cup winner? French or South Africa team? Rugby Champs Cup. Ooh. Probably either a French or a South African, unless maybe Leinster might also be an option. But I think at the moment they're concentrating heavily on the URC because they have not lost a game in that comp. And also, what is the second most popular summer sport in New Zealand? Second most popular summer sport's probably netball, I think. If I'm not wrong, if netball's our summer sport, or whether is that winter sport as well. I think it's probably netball, if that's the right time of the year. But as you said, Hamish, there's no South African batsman who can counter-attack like a Ponting, says John there. And also we've got okay for men. I mean, they still get a little bit of attention, the men's netball, but I would say current season, we're not really in, I don't know if we're in hockey season at the moment. I feel like that was probably more of a winter sport. Tennis? Do we play tennis? I don't think many people play tennis in New Zealand. Probably golf, to be honest. Not so much for like watching, but in terms of numbers actually playing the sport, you'd probably go golf. Oh, almost cut it onto his stumps there. For Dean Elgar just manages to get it away at the last moment. And tennis, the summer says Gareth there, and also Leicester Series La Rochelle Stormers, probably the semi-finalists. Says Gareth there. My dad visited New Zealand in 2016 and keeps going on how wonderful it is. Wants me to move there, says Matrana. It's a very nice area of the world. Yeah, that one almost rolled onto the stumps. It might have actually hit the stump and then bounced off, but because the bails weren't dislodged, it means that Elgar gets to stay at the crease. So he'll be considering himself slightly lucky, and that's a great drive. Great save by Marnus, though. Almost at a slightly straighter short cover. Gets onto it. Nathan Lyon gives him a punch in the arse cheek. Says good stuff. Good stuff. That's not how I was supposed to say that. Tennis rocks. Says Nazi Williams. I quite enjoy playing a bit of tennis. I remember playing it in PE at school on concrete in bare feet. And I had the biggest blister on the bottom of my big toe. Like pretty much the whole of the bottom of my big toe was one big blister. I do like watching tennis. Says Gareth. There, my uncle lives in New Zealand. I worked in New Zealand for intern, as well. It's a great shot down the ground there from Algar. Olam maybe pitching it up a little bit too far. Does end up going for the 4 runs. And also Friday Chester's Crusade, it's February 2023. Yes. And what is FIFA 23 like? It's decent overall. Very similar to FIFA 22, to be honest with you. But we are going to be doing a lot more of those videos on the Kiwi Lads Entertainment channel. I don't know whether or not you're referring to that one when you asked about it. I hope you are, to an extent. I hope you didn't enjoy that video. I was dressed as Santa on the Kiwi Lads Entertainment one. Right, Algar on strike, bowling under pressure here. Ready going for the 4 runs in the over. Still looks like they're trying to tick over those runs every chance that they can get, though, for South Africa, whether that's just a single. And Maris or Maria Sharapova, my ex-wife, just quietly. Is that before you married Mitchell Stark? No, who was your future? No, Evan Etzebeth, sorry, wasn't it? And then Dan Carter. Got quite the array, Nazi Williams, on your list. And also we have got there, I know why Kiwis get to Oz. Them people from Oz got to ew. And yes, I have 22. So yeah, if you are looking to upgrade, I would recommend not upgrading yet until it's on special for like 60% off or something, which it actually might be at the moment. But yeah, like it's not that different. Career mode's got a few changes though. So if you like your career mode side of things, I'd say maybe consider it. Also, we have there, why hasn't Ryan Fox joined live golf? And there as well says John. I assume, are you talking like the LIV golf? Sorry, is that the one in where's that being played in Saudi Arabia? I think. I guess it's one of those ones that when you're a player who's as decorated as him, like maybe a lot of those guys who play golf aren't even in it for the money side of things, and I feel like he's probably one of them. So he's like, I'm set. I don't need to go and play in overseas comps. Just pretty much be happy with what he's got. Oh, okay, the commentators are looking at some footage that we're not getting to see. And Merry Christmas, Amish. How was your Christmas? It was good. Overall, we did have a decent enough time for the Christmas day. I actually didn't really eat that much food in terms of, Christmas is normally everyone's gained about 5 kgs from eating half a kg of turkey and a whole heap of cake and all that stuff. I probably just had a normal day of eating. So I'm doing all right. Hay fever's been a bit rough today, but it's actually gone away a little bit at this stage. I remember Tiger Woods South Park. I haven't actually watched South Park before, believe it or not. Not a single episode I have watched fully through. I've seen like clips, but I've never actually watched a full episode. All right, Nathan Lyon bowling to De Bruyne down the leg side. They're going to take a single there. I believe that's going to be a bye. Didn't really get anywhere near it. For De Bruyne, they've already said that with the amount of bounce and turn on offer here, might be pretty handy for the Australians. And I feel like Nathan Lyon's probably a good option for them because it's just going to slowly increase that over rate. I'm still looking at how far behind they are, and they are quite far behind. See done again, just outside of off stump, getting it to turn away. And do you listen to Drake? Not really. I feel like the only Drake song that I probably know, God's Plan. I think that's that's probably the last Drake song that I actually heard. With knowing that it was Drake, I guess you could say. We cover full day of this match and 2 sessions of Pakistan versus Black Cats. That's the plan. The stage, hopefully it does go well, but I would say by the end of the day, my voice might be completely gone, which wouldn't be ideal. Also, do they have, are you playing softball? Where after you hit the ball, you had to run all the bases and beat the ball to home base in PE? Yeah, we did play a bit of softball. We also played Fat Mat Splat. You guys possibly don't know what that is, but it's pretty much like you have four mats and you play it similar to baseball, except you had a giant softball in there as well. I see played again. Shane's in close under the lid at the moment here for this. I almost said for the South Africans, but for the Australians. And as you would with De Bruyne, who is yet to get himself a run on the board after facing 5 deliveries, he was a big choice to bring into this test match, I'd say. Oh, he's rocked back. He's got onto that one. We'll just get the single. They've said it will feel good, but I think he mistimed it, unfortunately, which might not make him feel so great about it. And also, who replaces Lyon when he retires? I would say, I mean, there are a few options. Mitch Swepson's probably one, but they're certainly going to need someone, aren't they? Because you got to have that spin option and you got to have someone who you trust to be able to get wicket after wicket and also just tie down one end for your pace bowlers to have a spell. Also, we have got there. How do you split your income since you do most of the work? Says Gareth. I assume you are talking about the like Kiwi lads income, and pretty much if they're on streams and whatnot, like we split what's made off those ones, and then the rest goes back into the channel. So like in all of the time I've done the Kiwi lads, I don't think I've made a single dollar outside of putting it back into the channel. Oh, that was close. Which sounds really weird because we've done this for about 2 years and I don't have a single like dollar to show for it. But I guess we got a microphone, which you guys can hear me through, so that's ideal. That was very close to the off stump. And Bolin got one, has he? He does indeed, which of course made the MCG crowd extremely happy. And do you even get basic joke? Says Gareth, and also welcome in coding. Hope you're well, friend. And also we have got there. So if you don't make profit, why do it? Not everything's about money. I feel like too many people nowadays are money driven. And I mean, it's not one of those cases for myself. Like I would be doing this even if we didn't have a monetized channel, which we didn't for the first like 6 months or a year of doing it. Like you just do it because you love doing commentary, you love making videos, and you love talking to you guys throughout the matches. And I mean, like in terms of monetary assets, I guess we've gained in that regard. Like we've got the microphone. Oh, well played. Like a webcam and everything like that. So we've gained things from that side of things. And also we've got the fair enough, but cost versus profit. If we were doing that, like cost versus profit, she wouldn't be looking too flash because even before getting the YouTube channel properly fired up, we were already probably at least a few grand in negative. But what happens? Also, we have got there. So if you made a profit, you would donate it. Says Gareth. Well, we normally any money that we end up getting, we end up putting straight back into the channel. So whether one day that becomes putting it into the local like rugby and cricket clubs as an option, I mean, it would be quite cool to see. It's going to be whipped away to the offside. Brian going to get another couple runs there, nicely done. And also we have got there is inflation a problem in New Zealand, Hamish? Not too sure completely what inflation is, I'll be honest. Is that like when prices of houses go up? Surely, Hamish, you are earning lots of dollars in profits looking at your views and subscribers. YouTube don't actually pay as much as you think they do coding. Nicely done by Boland. That's nice. From De Bruyne, just cutting it away. It's a risky shot, though, early on. And also, we have got there facts, average bunch of BS money and materialism. Are they good? But not everything, says Nazi Williams. And also, we have got there every startup takes a loss, so let's say 5 years from now, you earn a lot from ad revenue, says Gareth. And what do you do with that income? Well, by that stage, if we are doing YouTube more full time, we probably got to put it into like living. I guess you could say like I'm doing part time building alongside this just because I ran out of savings from high school, unfortunately. So yeah, put it into actually living. Be nice. It's going to be 1 for 41 now after 15 overs. They are still really behind with the over rate here for the Australians. And also one in PE, my cousin jumped on a guy. So first base knocked him over and carried on running. Says Kiwi Gamer, asked him much question. Mate, this is about the game. Support the channel, says Polo in there as well. So they are just showing the dismissals between the first test for Scotty Boland. Was caught at gully in the first test, and then it was caught at about third slip for Uzi Kamaja. Or Uzi Kwaja, I should say. Okay, what is living? He does ask a lot of questions, doesn't he, Polo? Well, living would be, I guess, being able to, well, probably to be fair, it would probably pay for like airfares and whatnot to be able to go to stadiums and whatnot in the future, to be honest. I still have to do a collaboration with 2 Cents and Distracted Sports. And also we have got there, okay, you have to get your parent vibration shares, says I am nutty. Cheers. Vibrating cheers, I think is what you tried to put there, haven't you? Harris, but you are living your passion of commentary, also earning at the same time, says coding there. And also, I hope is a girl mate would be great, says Paulo. Now, they can be a bit of trouble sometimes. We had that in 2022. We had a girlfriend for a bit. Didn't go that well. That's a nice drive, though, from Dean Algar. Will Steve Smith have to bowl to get through the overs or Marnus? I think more than likely, if they were going to do that, they'll probably have to use Marnus because, like, I don't see them getting through 15 overs in only 45 minutes. It just doesn't seem correct. Also, Hamish does this for the same reason I'm watching at 2 a.m. at Christmas. There's an awesome community, says Gareth. Exactly right. Like, I always say, whether we've got one person watching or 100 people watching, like, we're still live on the channel at random hours of the night. Because anyone who was just doing it for money wouldn't do the hours that we do because it just wouldn't make sense to. Like, even outside of live streaming, like editing hours, even for videos that you guys never see, I'll put in like 5 hours into an editing project and then be like, nah, not good enough. So I just won't post it. I should mention the GoPro cricket footage. That video is done, but now it's about finding the right day to upload it. That's the tricky part. Knowing when to actually put up a video when you've finished it. But there's going to be probably 2 or 3 parts of that video as well. Gee whiz, De Bruyne is a talented player. Also plays for Manchester City. Yeah, he's got a bit of a double skill set there, doesn't he? Eunice or Eunice? Is that how you say that? And your father commentating rugby games made it better. So bribe him. I'm ripping off 2 companies. So test me without being a dick. Says I have nothing there. And Hamish, please upload cricket video. I'm waiting. Says coding. Although now with so much cricket on, yeah, I think Nazi Williams, me and you are on about the same page. Straight after all of the test matches are over, that next day I think is going to be when we upload that video. Just because at the moment there's that much cricket on that most people won't be able to find that video in between all of the other live streams we've got on the channel. Which, I mean, at least the regulars would still be able to see it, or earlier, says Nazi Williams. Yeah, I guess depending on when these test matches all end, will depend on when we do end up getting that one uploaded. Surely Cummins will be fined for the slow over rate. I think they've got to be because at the moment, this is a terrible over rate. I mean, me do something nice for him. Or let me do something nice for him. Says I am nutty there. I mean, he's been joining me for some of the cricket. Although I don't think you were there for the BBL match that we did, was it? Hobart Hurricanes Perth Scorchers. Me and him did the whole match, I think, together. And also we have got that, is it 1 hour of footage video? Nah, it's been cut down majorly. So it started off with 3 hours of footage. The video that's going to be coming out will just be the batting. But I have got a different video that will be me umpiring. And then also maybe we'll do a live stream or something where we react to both of those and also put together the clips that you don't get to see, like when I fell over in the field, because that was quite funny. Currently 16.3 overs down, almost 1.5 hours into the session. So, yeah, slow over rate. Boland would love to get another wicket, though, before we get into the end of session one. Currently, you'd have to say South Africa to an extent, even though they've got a slow run rate. Still not too bad. Probably wouldn't mind a few more runs on the board, though. Still waiting for the carrot cake vlog. Yeah, those are a lot of ingredients to find, Gareth. But once George gets back from Wanaka, probably mid-January, I would say. Best time for that one. And also, so can you add what reaction you will do before New Year's Eve? Says Gareth. So I don't know what's happening for New Year's Eve yet. I've been invited to Wanaka to go pretty much stay where George and Daniel are staying, be able to hang out with them and maybe Isaac, but it depends on what Isaac's up to an extent, because I've also got the URC live streams that evening on New Year's Eve day here in New Zealand. So depending on what the plan is will depend on whether I can get away with going away for New Year's. It kind of just depends on the channel and schedules and everything like that. But there's a chance that I might be sitting here on New Year's Day doing a live stream right in the morning. And also, what do you think about the racism scandal at Benetton, Hamish? I haven't heard a single thing about it, John, I'll be honest. So couldn't tell you too much. I know that they've looked very good this year, though, Benetton, in terms of their playing. They are no longer the easy beat side, but yeah, if there's something going on behind the scenes, that's not so ideal. It's going to be the end of the over from Scotty Boland. And Benetton, I know people, says, I am nutty. Currently, De Bruyne, he's sitting on 3 off 18, so the run rate certainly slowed down since he's made his way to the crease, but that is understandable. You don't want to go out too early. Parlayed in Italy. That was a bad joke, taken too far. Says it was nutty there. Right. David Warner having a bit of a chat with Dean Elgar there and Kawaja. Now just having a chat with Warner as well. Of course, it's 100th match, David Warner. I wish I could bring your original account back, but maybe change your name back to I Am Nutty so we know who this is, says Gareth. That is a good point. I feel like that's a good starting point. Because you mentioned one other time that it wouldn't let you change your channel name, didn't it? Is that what you told us? But I think in your Google settings, you should be able to fix that. No worries at all. Oh, Cam Green actually added into the bowling attack. They don't really have the over rate to be able to add another quick in here. Do you like to travel or like to stay home mostly, says Coding? I do enjoy traveling. It's just more with the YouTube schedule that we maintain. There's not really any time to travel. Really? Like, I get an occasional day trip 30 minutes away or somewhere, like whether that's up the road or down the road. But like anytime there's a nice weekend or something that I would normally consider going away, I look at my schedule and I'm like, right, I've got cricket on this day, rugby on this day, and we normally have about 20 plus hours upish. Oh, Nathan Lyon. Gazza unable to take the scream and catch. Cam Green almost able to get the wicket of Elgar. That would have been a big one. I haven't tried changing my Google name, but chat name stays the same, says Gareth. I think it should be somewhere that you can do it. Oh, yeah, Nathan Lyon. That's almost stuck in the hand, but just went out of it for him. Said that he might Picked it up slightly late there on Nathan Lyon. He's disappointed as well. You can see on his face he would have loved to be able to help Cameron Green get his wicket. Kind of taking Green under his wing for this Australian side, which is nice to see. As for a while there, Cam Green, like it didn't seem like any of the Australians liked him that much. But Nathan Lyon, no matter what, was still sticking around. That's a great straight drive down the ground. Goes for 4 runs. Great shot from De Bruyne. And I was like, okay, I'm not too clued up about these things. And trust me, I did other Oxford chat stays the same name. That's a very nice shot down the ground from Cam Green. I'm back, says Amelia. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well once again. Currently, Australia, they've picked up the 1 wicket. That was Scotty Boland. Well, 5 overs for only 9 runs. That's down the leg side from Green. Unfortunately, it's gone from almost getting a wicket off the first ball to now going for a total of 9 runs off 3 deliveries. That's a bit of a shame because if he had picked up that wicket early, I feel like that would have really changed the momentum here for the Australians and put Cameron Green on a high. But now, as I said, it was a decent delivery outside of off stump that got drove down the ground for the 4. That one was a bit loose though. Welcome back, Amelia. So we have there. Sorry, still jammed space, but it seems like you've jammed a few of your other keyboard buttons as well, Gareth. I went down for a nap for a bit, says Amelia. Well, you did have an all-nighter, didn't you? So you'll probably be pretty tired throughout the day. Hopefully the weather's not too bad where you are and you are able to sleep without absolutely roasting, because I know that it's supposed to be about 30 in quite a few regions of Australia today. Then tomorrow it's supposed to be even hotter. And Green, that's a better ball, almost brushing the off stump. 136 Ks, getting it down there at a decent rate at the moment is Cam Green. Nathan Lyon. Be thinking back to that catching opportunity that they just had. No, Gareth. Oh, so then you shouldn't be. Oh, then you shouldn't be an admin. You don't know how it works, says Gareth. Well, if that's the case, then I shouldn't be a YouTuber because I don't know how this stuff works either, Gareth. But by the sounds of it, you don't know how to change your channel name. So I feel like that's something that probably needs improvement in the future, possibly Nutty. It's really hot in Melbourne, but I've got a soaked towel. It's been in the fridge to get cool. Says Amelia, very strategic, smart move. As Warner allowed to be captain now? No, I think he took away his appeal to become captain. And I think it's mainly because he just realised there was no chance he would be, with the fact that they've got Cummins and then they'll probably have Smith, even though Smith theoretically shouldn't be allowed to be captain either. Cummins will be around for a little while though. And how's the weather in Christchurch today? I mean, we're a few hours south, but it is sunny. Definitely sunburn weather. So anyone who's going out and about, be sure to put on plenty of sunblock. Try and not end up getting cooked. 9 runs off Cameron Green in that over in the end. But now Scotty Boland on the other side of things will just be as accurate as anything. Just always just going to that same spot outside of off stump. He consistently does it with pace, which I think is one of the key parts. The way that he attacks. I'm starting to see how all this happened to begin with. Yeah, I think we all are, Gareth, really, aren't we? I finally ordered my lunch. I've just realised that is. And then I'm going to have a chocolate mud shake. That might say, does that say mud shake? I think it does. Because my mum won't let me drink alcohol unless I've eaten food first. Okay. So what did you order for food, Amelia? Do let me know. I am intrigued. I love myself some Uber Eats. Scotty Boland round the wicket, a little bit too leg side-ish. Worked off the pads. Oh, it's slippery out there for Mitchell Starc. Even his shoes in the field aren't quite doing the job for him. I think he needs a new shoe sponsor. De Bruyne, though, he's moved up quite nicely. 11 off 23 deliveries. Remembering that he actually ended up going about 1 off 15. No, 1 off 10 or somewhere around those marks. The sandpaper on special at Bunnings Warehouse. I mean, it's Boxing Day, so it might be quite a bargain for the Australian public. Also, we have got there, yes, with power. I think it is nutty. So you're still blaming Gareth for your block, even though we've established it wasn't Gareth. I am nutty, but unless you're just saying that that is like what happened. I got Hungry Jacks because it's my favorite. I got a large meal, some nuggets as well. You're a smart girl, Amelia. I feel like you got something very similar to what I get from Hungry Jacks if we had Hungry Jacks here. Put the ice cubes in my drink, what I don't normally do. Do you order foods from Uber Eats? Not here, sadly. We don't actually have Uber Eats where we're from, which sounds funny. And what's the name of old mate with the currently, or the curly hair for Australia? Name of old mate with the curly hair from Australia. Curly hair. Is he in the lineup today? Poots? Curly hair. It's not Cam. No, Cam Green's kind of got slightly straighter hair, doesn't he? Alex Carey. No, Alex Carey's hair is pretty short. Who's got curly hair? Is there someone in the team? Oh, the water boy. Oh, they were talking about. Oh, is that Lance? No, sorry, I didn't actually see the water boy. Was it Lance Morris? He's an option that might have slightly, a little bit of curl. Who else is in the Australian side? I'm sure someone in the chat. Adam Zampa. Is that who's with them? Interesting. From the AFL, apparently. Is that Will Pekowski? No, Will Pekowski's already had enough concussions. He don't need to play in the AFL. Sorry, I'm not going to be able to help you there, Poots. I wasn't looking when he came up on the screen. Also, why won't they select Cameron Bancroft? He's making plenty of runs for Western Australia, says John Mills. I think it's a tricky one for Bancroft because he was tied in with that incident a little while ago. So because of that, it makes it, I guess, slightly harder for Cricket Australia to select them, if that makes sense. And Bancroft is the scapegoat. Andrew Simons as well, says Joshua. Although, were they showing him at the drinks break? Not too sure. In Algar, test matches, he's almost brought up 5,000 runs. Needs another 3. So if he gets a boundary here, which he might, gone down the ground, that will be 5,000 runs for Dean Algar in his test match career with an average of 38.47. Very nicely done by Algar there. And that will be the end of the bowling over. A little bit more expensive, that one. In his last, he went for 6 off that over. Australia, 27 minutes left to try and get through a total of 11 overs. Now, I don't think that's happening. In fact, for them to get through to about 25 overs down, they should be able to do that, surely. But 27, I think, is the minimum they need to aim for if they don't want to get fined. They are just showing that bowler dismissal. Kawaja took the catch about 4th slip, and Andrew Simons is late, says John Mills. He is indeed, did pass away throughout this year, same as Shane Warne, who they have actually had the 350 put down on the MCG turf. To remember, the best part of summer, the amount of cricket that's on. Certainly right. I mean, I think there's actually a BBL game on tonight, isn't there? But we are going to be covering New Zealand versus Pakistan. Dean Elgar, a very solid opening batter. Says Coding. He is, when he gets himself in form and gets himself focused early, can be successful. Let's remember, he was dropped on 7 by Pat Cummins in a caught and bowled scenario. But because that was put down, now he's been able to extend himself a little bit further through his innings. They've got a decent lineup, South Africa, but you would say their batting doesn't go as deep as they'd like. Bavuma, Zondo, and Varena, the next 3. After that, you're straight into the bowlers. Alone, I can only, once actually, I fell out of love with cricket long ago. 5 days is less time for a war than a game. Says I'm nutty. And also they would love to see Paddy Cummins get Algar out, says Amelia, and he had the chance. He did drop him for the caught and bowled earlier on, although it was still only a half chance. Don't know what's happening in the crowd. Oh, they were waiting for the Mexican wave to come round. Cameron Green there, still on the stumps. Dot ball. 3 in a row for Cam Green. And unfortunately, it's its trend, which is having the first or a second over going for a whole heap of runs, and then forever he's trying to catch up with that economy. But they are just showing the half chance for Nathan Lyon. He's disappointed that he didn't take that catch. Definitely with the fact that he got over to it and it right in the middle of his hand, left alone by De Bruyne. Only for South Africa. Their next tactic is to get through to lunch. Currently only sitting about 25 minutes away. And also, we have got there. How is the crowd for the Boxing Day test? They're sitting at about 65,000 pre-match tickets sold, with more coming into the ground as the match goes on, which is quite a cool aspect of the MCG. Pretty much you just walk in and you start watching it. And from where you, bro? I am from New Zealand. Oh, okay. That's a different shot from De Bruyne that you don't normally see in a test match. He actually tried to ramp it over the slip cordon with about 3 slips. Went a bit shorter. In fact, I think he tried to cut it initially. It just wasn't wide enough. And Boland will get Elgar, says John Mills. Although I don't know if they'll give Boland another over here. They may consider switching to maybe Pat Cummins, might take it from that end. And then Cameron Green will get switched out for Mitchell Stark. Oh, it's gone straight up in the air. It's going to be left for the keeper. Alex Carey takes the wicket of De Bruyne. I don't know why he was going so aggressive there. He just decided to try and hoik it to the leg side. This is test match cricket. And that's not how you play that shot. So that's going to be the end of the 20th over. Cam Green gets the wicket. It was almost gifted to him from De Bruyne. And also, I'm from Nepal, bro. Have you heard name? I have indeed. So I hope you are going well, Pawan. What time is it in Nepal at the moment, mate? Do let me know. Cam Green, yeah, it was outside of off stump. Tried to play it across the line. Last ball, he looked a little bit shaky. I would have thought that that was the ball to just leave and get your composure back. But Cameron Green picks up the wicket, and that was actually very well done by the slip cordon because they all went, hang on, it's gone high. Alex Carey's catch, and everyone just kind of spread out so that Carey had the space to be able to take it, which was one of those moments that it seemed like they had a lot more time than they actually did to be able to organise it. This is the downside of Bazball approach. Yeah, he just went for a shot that wasn't there, unfortunately, De Bruyne. And that will be him gone now. And Cam Green gets the wicket. You got to feel good for the man, definitely because he did have that drop catch off him a little bit earlier on. And yeah, De Bruyne just chasing the wrong ball. Currently 6:52 a.m. in Nepal, says Pawan. So nice and early for yourself over there. And Nepal, nice catch from Alex Carey, though. And also we're going to Nepal. Damn, says Nazi Williams. Right, Bavuma's now at the crease with 22 minutes left of this session. If they lose another wicket, I'd say South Africa are in quite a bit of trouble here. And Nepal says, Gareth, not quite. Close, though. There's another country that I know back at school, I probably can't say what one it was, but everyone used to, in terms of the naughtier children, used to say it. Did start with N as well, and they didn't pronounce it the way that it's supposed to be pronounced. That's all I'll say. I won't go too much more in depth of that, but it was one that, yeah, you shouldn't be saying out loud, but primary school kids are like weird, aren't they? Where's the Sexton guy? Tim Payne now says, John, he's actually playing for the Hobart Hurricanes. Got a stumping in their game the other day, Tim Payne. So, yeah, he's back in the BBL at the moment. I don't think he'll be back in the test side anytime soon. Funny pronunciation. Says coding. Right, Bavuma's on strike to Mitchell Stark. So they did make that change. I thought Stark would have been bowling from the other side just because he wasn't happy with this side of the wicket. I didn't think that's going to be outside of off. Left alone there. Elgar needs to keep his composure here. That's the one, Gareth. You got it straight away. And also, we have got that Nip P. Says Nazi Williams and also Oosh. Says Nazi. And I can say confidently, I was not one of those kids. I was just like, I used to name many, many flags. Yeah, you can see there from the stump cam how well as organised that Australian slip cordon was to be able to get out of the way of Alex Carey, who just was able to take that nice, easy catch for himself. And yeah, De Bruyne is disappointed not being able to capitalize on the opportunity he had. Nicely hit by Elgar, league side, just for the dot. They're just showing those signs of emotion of De Bruyne, how he thought he had got enough of a top edge, get through its country. Get your mind's out of the gutter. Says Gareth, exactly right. It is a country, of course. And then you add an IA on the end, and you got Nigeria. I think they've just said that stuff. Oh, what a ball that is from Stark on the money. And like they've said, De Bruyne normally wouldn't play a shot like that, but something's happened while he's out there, whether it's the pressure, whether it's the heat, or whether he had it premeditated. Because outside of the off stump, the ball before, he tried to lob it over the slip corner. So I think he was just getting a bit too excited. And Algar was furious with that one. And what about Nigeria? They've got a very nice flag. It's got green, white, and then green again, doesn't it? Just Stark. Oh, good ball. Coming back in a little bit. Elgar is the 8th player to reach 5,000 test runs for South Africa. Now, that would be a question. Who are the other 7? But I feel like I definitely wouldn't be able to answer that one. Also, Israel Adesanya, Nigeria, yep. And also, we have got there, can you pronounce Mozambique? I believe that's how you'd say it, isn't it? Mozambique. And this week on channel on Flat Earth Friday. So, and also the last day of the year. Kiwi Gamer. Stark 4 dot balls in a row. A little bit leg sideish, nicely whipped away. Boland gets it, the crowd cheer for him. And that's the biggest cheer we've almost heard of the day, even though we've seen a couple wickets falling. And also we have got their Konnichiwa. You know when you're halfway through a word and you realize what the word is? Welcome in, Fleshin. Hope you're doing well, mate. Is that how it's spelled? So if that is, I never knew that is how Konnichiwa is spelled. Is it bad that the way that I remember Konnichiwa is Japanese? I always used to think that Konnichiwa, the start of it, and China were very similar, but then I realized that it's actually the opposite. And Ni Hao is Chinese and Konnichiwa is Japanese. So pretty much I go with the one that's got the K at the start is not the one with C at the start. That is how I used to remember it at primary school. And I feel like that's just stuck with me pretty much. I don't think any teachers would teach it like that anytime soon. Imagine Fleshin on a cricket stream, says Gareth. Yeah. Although it will be just after Christmas. So Fleshin, hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good Christmas. Are you heavily intoxicated at the moment, maybe? This is how we've got you to the cricket. 21 overs down, 58 for 2 at the moment, the South Africans. Currently still very far behind with the over rate. I think Australia are going to struggle to get to 26 overs here. And also we have got the tides of the earth are caused by angel spoons is a good one. Says Kiwi Gamer. Yeah, just showing De Bruyne's error. And looking at that one on replay, he'll be very disappointed with how it's gone. And also, when do they apply the fine Hamish slow overrates? I believe it comes down to the end of the game. But you forfeit about 20% of your match fee, I think. Or am I thinking of a different sport that you end up getting fined in? But if you have that slow of an overrate, I think the Australians could actually end up losing their whole match purse for this matchup. And that's kind of supposed to be the motivation that makes them go a bit quicker. All right, Paddy Cummins back into the bowling. Who's heavily intoxicated? Maybe at a guess Fleshin? But maybe not. Maybe he just had a real good Christmas. And he's here to pop in. And also we have got there, well, one's Mandarin, not Chinese. Ah, they'll do it. And also, who's intoxicated? It was a short ball on the money from Cummins. I was there drinking English sustainable vodka and Italian lemon. Ooh, bit fancy from you, Flesham. How is the wait? Is the Italian lemon, as in like that's a type of drink, or is it actually like a lemon from Italy? I don't know. Italy were known for their lemons. That's actually hit the glove of Bavuma. That could have gone anywhere, but luckily for him, it's bounced downwards. Was on top of the bounce, an important factor when playing that short ball. Try and be a little bit higher than the ball goes. Run rate only 2.74 for the South Africans here. Another good ball. That one was pitched up, had a bit of an in swing and tail on it. Tom Latham versus Dean Algar. Who is better? Depends on when you look at like their head to head, I guess. Like if you look a few years ago, like Algar was scoring a lot of runs. Latham's been the same. It just depends on their form. And I guess we're going to get to see them go both against other opposition today. As Latham will be playing a little bit later on for the Kiwis. Is there hyperinflation in Aussie? Says John, and every mama makes the best lemonade limoncello, says Gareth. Nicely done. And I was set. Oh no, I read that one tonight. And Latham by far, says John Mills. And I guess it also depends on, I guess, what you base it off. Like Latham, I think, has been more consistent for a lot longer. San Pellegrino Lemon. Lemon probably isn't how Italians would say lemon, but Tom Latham Algar is bad and should feel bad, says Gareth. Although he still managed to get through his career with an average of 38, which I think is quite handy for some of the form that he's been in. Like, we haven't seen him score a huge amount of runs anytime recently, which is a bit of a shame for him, I would think. And does make it tricky for South Africa. Like, 26 is probably quite decent for Algar in recent times. And that sounds brutal, but I think it's true. Just hasn't really had a huge amount of runs been able to tick over. Paddy Cummins, 4 dot balls in a row. Bavuma sitting on 1 run off 5 deliveries, and they're certainly making it tricky for him to get into his innings. I think Latham scoring runs on green pitches at 41 average. There's Coning, another short ball in behind it. Nicely played. It's a great mixer for vodka. Does vodka and Fanta go well, Fleshin? Have you ever tried that? Because I'm a big fan of Fanta. I feel like if I can find any excuse to have Fanta, I would. Of course. Ah, the refurbished baggy green for Steve Smith. They were saying that it was looking very old for him. And I love San Pellegrino. Too bloody expensive, though, says Gareth. Boxing Day, do alcohol places have sales on Boxing Day? Oh, straight drive. Hit back Cummins in the shin. Nicely fielded by Labuschagne. And that will be the end of the over. 22 overs down now, and it's 58 for 2. Lemon Fanta Defo, says Flesh in there. Yeah, I guess I've mentioned it briefly about Christmas. But did everyone have a good Christmas overall? I know for you guys in the UK, it has now ticked over after Christmas Day. So, yeah, did everyone enjoy their Christmas Day? Anything exciting happen? Do let me know. It was a nice shot at the end of the over from Bavuma. Didn't quite get it through. Just showing that Pat Cummins' length, mixing it completely up. Actually, 6 completely different deliveries. And also, Algar has too much pressure on him to hold the South African innings together. Yeah. And some players enjoy that pressure. Other players crack under that pressure. And I think Algar's a player who currently, I mean, in this game, he's doing all right. But before this game, does crack under that pressure a bit. And we need to also remember, it was a half chance, but Pat Cummins did drop Algar on 7 runs earlier on. Did you send your Halloween lady a pack of nappies for Christmas? I did not. No, couldn't do that. Would have been a bit too brutal, wouldn't it? But no, I haven't actually heard too much from him. They're actually. No, I won't. I was going to say something, but it's nothing bad. It's just I don't want it to affect something. Not to do with her, but to do with something else. If I just gone, I feel like I've dug myself a hole that I pretty much need to get out of. Pretty much anyone who saw that interview that we did the other day on the smaller channel that I posted on Discord. That was actually her brother. I feel like I had to say that because now I've kind of, you guys would have been having things running through your minds. And your sister only came for Christmas and gone for studies? No, she's still here. She's probably reading at the moment. She does enjoy a good book, but she's here till about New Year's and then she does go home. Went to Palmerston yesterday for Christmas dinner, says Kiwi Gamer, and sent it on the Discord, says Gareth. In there. Did you? Or did I? Yeah, that interview that I did end up doing the other day. It was a fun one overall. Sit down, chat about the Kiwi lads and what started us off pretty much. It looks like Warner's pretty close to a new baggy green, maybe being an option as well here. But they've still got another 9 minutes left. I don't know if they'll get through 25 overs. This over rate has been poor, and I haven't heard the commentators mention it once. To their defense, I have talked a lot throughout this first session, so maybe they've mentioned it and I just haven't heard it. But yeah, currently, over rate's looking a little bit slow. Jill Stark here, shorter ball, well played by Elgar, go straight out to Nathan Lyon. Whereas the Proteas fire now? Has it gone out, says John. Seems like ever since they lost that second wicket, they've gone into defense mode rather than attacking. And you can understand why, because De Bruyne's shot that he played was just not a good one at all. It was a shot of a guy under almost a bit too much pressure again. It seems like he just cracked a little bit. Oh, Mitchell Stark doing a bit of after chat to Dean Elgar. Don't think they're happy that they haven't got Elgar out yet. That ball could, though. No, he's going to take the quick single. Chance. Oh, direct hit. Is Elgar gone? Marnus is celebrating. Right, this is close. This is this much in it. Whether he's this much in or this much not in, I think Labuschagne might have just nailed that shot. Elgar, the last thing he needed was to run himself out here. And lots of nail or rolling blackouts in the Republic, says John. Is this Red Christmas hot real? On the Kiwi Lads logo on screen. The little hat, I believe it is a real Christmas hat, or it's an animated one. Sebastian actually made it for us. On the other Kiwi Lads, Labuschagne throws it. Oh, he's out by a metre here. He's out by a metre. Elgar's nowhere in sight, and he's out by this much. Great work from Labuschagne in the field. He missed a chance earlier on. But Elgar, that is bad when you think about it. He's run himself out 7 minutes away from lunch. The captain, gone. The man who was supposed to steer the ship for the South Africans here in this next session, gone. And you've got Bavuma at one end on 1 off 7. You've got a man coming in now at the other end, Zondo, who's only had like one test match in recent history. A terrible way to get out for a single run in test. Yep. Not smart from Dean Elgar. I think he was just trying to get off the mark, though. Stark had been putting dot ball after dot ball, and I think Elgar, the pressure just got too much, and he needed to relieve it. Thought he'd go out to the side where Labuschagne was fielding. They won't do that again, will they? Because Labuschagne picks it up, slides into it, and that is, the thing is, that is absolutely brilliant from Labuschagne. We cannot underestimate that. Like, he's had to slide, get back up, throw the ball, and then onto the stumps in a flash. And no, load shedding for us today, actually, says Gareth. And what a run out, says Amelia there. I can watch for free, but plebs can't Google. And also, look, Elgar effed up. Nothing new, says Gareth. Yeah, just as we were saying, he's done well to get to 26. This is very bad. Definitely if South Africa lose another wicket before the end of the session, you'd have to put it all down to Elgar, sorry. I keep on saying Agar. I think I've been watching too much of the BBL. We've got Wes and Ashton, that competition. But that is a last thing that you want. And Zondo won't be happy. Like, he won't have a lot of say in this scenario. But he's got 4 test matches, Spears 36, average of 25. And now he's got to try and face Mitchell Stark and Pat Cummins, one of the best combinations that Australia can throw at the South Africans, because Elgar decided to try and take a single on a ball that he just shouldn't have. And to his defence, you wouldn't expect Marnus to get onto it that quickly, but he still would have been relatively close to being run out. Now, first ball to Bavuma for Mitchell Stark. Oh, it's off the edge and it's another wicket. Stark's on a hat trick for the next over, and the South Africans have lost their two-set batsman. Elgar, what have you done? Bavuma's gone. Oh, no. Australia are going to be batting by session 3 at this rate. Verena now has to go out there. Great ball. And it's Irish commentator Cursor Elgar. Oh, that's not good. It's not good at all for the South Africans. Bavuma gone. Zondo and also Verena, two men who haven't faced a single delivery, are now going to be at the crease 5 minutes before lunch. We've got like one over. Like I said, they can put it down to great bowling for that ball, but not for the last one. Clown music starts playing. I just assume they don't want to pay. And also, we have got their send out a night watchman, Hamish. Oh, I mean, you just don't know what they should do now because they've got one over left. The thing is, Australia, fair play, getting 4 wickets. Don't get me wrong, it's great. There's still 7 overs left to bowl in 3 minutes, though. That is a really, really poor over rate, which is something that, like, they're going to have to bowl like 50 overs of spin just to get through the overs that they should be. But now Pat Cummins getting ready to bowl again. Crowd, no one's clapping. Okay, he's got like a few people clapping. I was going to say, you got to clap for Mitchell Stark after that. And lazy batting, says Flesh, and yeah, and poor decision making from the skipper, Dean Elgar, because he's exposed Bavuma to a Stark who's steaming in. He's exposed now Zondo to 2 very good bowlers just before lunch. Like, in that scenario, you just dig your heels in and you say, right, we've got 2 overs. And then after that, we go into our next session. Maybe that's when we take our quick singles, but not when you expose a batsman right at the end of the session. And now Kyle Verena now at the crease, a man who actually went for a duck in the last game for the second innings. Zondo's going to be on strike, though, by the looks of it. Verena is best as 136. He needs that in this matchup. Dean Elgar been a bad man once again, says Gareth. Now Pat Cummins. Great ball, well played by Zondo. That would have been worth an LBW shout if it had gone through. He's done well in the end, Cummins. Get that one, putting it on the stumps, getting the pressure in. Nope, just South Africa batting, says Gareth. 3 for 2 in the last 20 deliveries. 3 wickets, 2 runs. And unfortunately for South Africa, it falls back into that category that I mentioned, how they can get into a defensive mindset. And now to try and get above 200 runs seems like it's going to be a very tricky task for them on day one. Isn't Stark a Queenslander? I think so, isn't he? Or is he a New South Wales boy? I think he is Queensland. I'm not wrong. Currently, we've got 2 minutes left until we tick over to possibly lunch. They might still have time for one more, depending on how quickly Cummins can get through here, bowl these balls, but he pretty much needs to bowl a ball every 25 seconds for them to get another one in. In fact, now it's ticked over to 2:29. They're not going to get another one in. Outside of our stump, left alone. The fact that Australia have picked up 4 wickets, only bowled 24 overs, South Africa only 58 runs on the board. It's been a weird session. Very weird. I don't know how one man, Elgar, can make me so angry, says Gareth. You haven't seen him in the second innings batting yet, Gareth. It might be even worse. That's the thing. He makes you angry, so does it make you angrier if he gets 0 or angrier if he actually bats well? I feel like probably if he gets 0, but like at what stage of runs on the board do you go, well, okay, you've done well here, Elgar. I'm not going to like your next game, but you've done all right here. Is it like the 100? You can tick that off. 4 wickets down, though. Crowd counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where I think that might be now that it's ticked over. I don't know how. Oh, no, I read that one, didn't I? 2 balls left. Pat Cummins, can he get the line right? Just outside of off stump. Yeah, nice ball. Close to the gloves of Zondo, who manages to dive and kind of duck out of the way of it, I should say. Now, one ball left of the session. Nozo, he would go out and blame someone else. And the media again, the knob, says Gareth. I think that's a bit harsh. The Aussies are just bastards at home, says Fleshin. It's like the West Indies overrate of the old, the 80s as well, says John Mills. Yeah, the old school West Indies bowling attack was absolutely sensational. Nicely done. Gets in behind it. Right. That'll be time for lunch, is the comment there from the umpire. Good session from the Australians picking up the 4 wickets. You would have to say that it's gone their way. But what is that over rate? 24 overs bowled. They were supposed to get through 30. Normally, I think the slowest we've seen is like 27 or 28. So I don't know whether they send out Nathan Lyon and maybe Travis Head to try and steam through a few of their overs in the next session. The umpire should have been talking to them about that, though, throughout their session. Because, yeah, they'll have to speed that up by the time they get into the next session. But we've got two very new batsmen at the crease now for the South Africans, Zondo and Verena. You have to say there were a few very cheap dismissals in the South African lineup for that first innings. We did see that shot cross the line from De Bruyne where he just tried to hoik it to the leg side. That ended up getting caught by Alex Carey. We've seen a couple other good balls though. Mitchell Stark's last delivery to Bavuma, very handy, but that was straight after the run out that we saw of Dean Algar. I like how I said that Mitchell Stark was on a hat trick, but he's not. He need another 2 wickets to get himself the hat trick. I got a bit excited for that wicket. Who wins a series, or who wins a series in Australia easy like says Flish, and that is true. It's very tricky. Scotty Boland on the commentary there alongside Kath. Doesn't talk a lot, Scotty Boland, but he means what he says, and he just loves playing cricket. It's on India, says John. That is true. They were able to fight hard for a series or game victory. I know they at least won one match, but I'm not sure whether or not they did win the series in the end for them. Scotty Boland, he's so humble. Like, they're just saying there, it was pretty much the question asked, what do you think of the crowd? You could sneeze in that cheer, and he just pretty much said, yeah, no, it's great. It's awesome. And also, beers on Cam Green, says Al Mac. I mean, he's got 1 wicket so far. If he gets a few more, maybe he'll get possibly a few beers he's into him. And when did South Africa lose series in Australia, says Gareth. Yeah, India won the last series, and have the Black Caps won Test series in Australia? No, we lost our Boxing Day Test, the MCG in 2019. Richard Hadley and the Black Caps, says John in there as well. But nonetheless, next we have got a 40 or so minute break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm quickly going to be popping over here. That is so that I can type up that little thingy that says when we will be back. It's going to be not too far away. We will be back for session 2, and that will be a 40-minute break. So that will be at 3:10 p.m. that we do return. And we'll be back ready to go for another session of Test match cricket. But thank you all very much for tuning into this first session. If you have enjoyed, be sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and I will see you all back in just a little bit of a break. 40 minutes time. See you all a bit later on. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all had a nice lunch break. We are ready to go for session number 2 of this Boxing Day Test match. Now, we did see a bit of a downfall of the South Africans right before the end of session number 1. We did see them lose 3 quick wickets while only scoring, I believe it was 2 runs. We're going to close that once again. We had the air flowing through for the lunchtime, but now we are back in to the heat of the action at the MCG. Kyle Verena, he hasn't actually placed a delivery yet. Zondo at the other end was able to face 6 tough deliveries from Pat Cummins. But now the Australians, they've got their tail up. They've got the momentum in this test match. The best for Zondo is only 36, although he is very new to his test match career. That is understandable. But Mitchell Starc now going to be bowling to Verena. Not an easy time to bat here if you're South Africa. Like this, we'll go like this. There we go. We are ready to go for session number 2. Do let me know, ladies and gentlemen, how many wickets do you think will be falling throughout this session for the Australians or the South African batsmen? I think Verena's got to put in a good shift here. Saw him in the first test, managed to get himself around that 60 mark. Back against his Mithran, we are indeed ready to go for another session. This is actually the second session of 5 that we will be covering today on the Kiwi Lads channel. We've got the 3 of this game, and we have also, alongside that, got the 2 sessions that we are covering of the New Zealand versus Pakistan Test series. I think Australia will bat in this session. Oh, okay. See, I'm thinking session number 3, we're definitely going to see the Australians with the bat, just the way that this first day has gone so far. But session number 2 would be very impressive if they were able to clean up these last 6 wickets in quick succession. Nicely hit down the ground from Verena. Go straight to Pat Cummins. Now, they won't be testing out the throw of the Australians anymore. Definitely not after the dismissal that we did see at Dean Elgar. Verena rubbing the back of his head. I'm not sure what's happened there, whether or not he's managed to flick his hands right round and smack himself in the back of the mush. They're just showing Mitchell Starc's pitch map. Not a lot going down the leg side with Rassie van der Dussen. Hamish, I'm not actually too sure. I don't believe it's injury related, but if it is, hopefully he's back soon, because yes, he didn't have the best test series or the test match last game up against the Australians, but he's still a very good player, Rassie van der Dussen, and the type of guy that could stick around and get a 150 if you need him to, and always great. Fight Australia and South African, says Praveen. Yeah, these two sides, they love playing each other in test match cricket, and we do get to see that very often. I think that is going to be the case in this matchup as well. My mustache is not sitting right, I don't think, at the moment. I can feel how it's slightly off-centre, and it is going to annoy me. I did have a bit of a shave for Christmas, though, because I decided I'd try and look less scruffy for the family. Mitchell Starc, 2 dot balls in a row here to start off session number 2. Now, in the first session, they lost 6 overs, which is more than we've seen in recent history for any side, really. Will you see New Zealand playing Henry or Wagner, or playing both? So, I believe the bowling attack, you've got to have Wagner there, just because he's the type of guy to bowl a 10-over spell and not even hesitate to keep on going and going and going. So, he's got to be there. Henry Nicholls is a bit more of a tricky one for the Kiwis, but I believe they will have him there, and he'll probably bat 4 or 5. And how old is Wagner? Surely he's retired. I think he's about 32, somewhere around there, Neil Wagner. He's still going strong, though. Still a very handy player. Can pick up those wickets. And like I mentioned, he's just a gas tank. We'll just keep on going and going again. Nicely bowled by Mitchell Starc, getting it to go across a little bit, then come back in off the seam. Verena's done well. Yeah, I want to keep that one off the stumps. And when will Boshia resign, Hamish, says John. It's always a tough one because, I know in rugby, to just go over to that sport for a second, Ian Foster's the type of coach that everyone talks about at the moment of, is he the guy to take them to the World Cup and win it? But he just seems to stick around. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they do end up having him resign, or whether someone further up says maybe time to switch it up a little bit. Oh, he's tried to have a dabble at that one. Bit wider outside of off stump for Verena. Thought there was enough width to have a go at it. Almost got himself out. Wagner is 30. Is he 36? How old is Neil Wagner? He is 36. Jeez, the man looks like he's 30. Wow. Big love, lads. Christmas. Sebastian, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing well. Hope you had a good Christmas. That was a very close one outside of the off stump. But yeah, pretty much South Africa right at the end of that first session ended up falling over with 3 quick wickets in a row. And that's uppish. No, it's gone through the gap though. We'll be working away to the boundary. Nice work from Verena. Final ball of the over off Starks bowling goes to the boundary. Before Wagner will play one more year. Will retire at the end of 2023. Says coding there. And Matt Henry, not Nichols. Ah, okay. Sorry, I thought you had Henry Nichols in there originally. But Matt Henry, if they haven't got Bolt, he's probably got a spot available. Although, do you bowl two spinners? Probably the other situation. Depends on the pitch that you've got, really. No, Ish Sodi's now back with the squad, isn't he? So he's another option that they may end up going with. That part there. I do have a gap in my mustache. It's annoying me because I can see it in the distance. It's going to annoy me there. And he's from Protea, says John Mills. And I, Sebastian, how long you reckon Jimmy Anderson is going to play for? I say 45. Well, the thing is, the Sultan of Swings still get him wickets. And I feel as soon as he stops taking wickets consistently, that's when they'll consider going for someone else. But until then, like, he's still one of the best bowling options that England have actually got. Ollie Robinson doing pretty well, slowly filling into that gap that they do have with Broad being out every once in a while. But yeah, I think Jimmy Anderson, once the body gives out, I think he's the type of guy to tell them. He'll be like, listen, it's not quite happening anymore for me. I think it's time. Whereas someone like some players don't have that side of them and they'll literally make a coach take them out type thing or make the selectors say, right, we just can't put you in anymore. Nicely bowled just outside of off stump. Well played by Zondo. And the same to you, Muttley Christmas. How have you been? Says Sebastian there as well. He seems to get better every year. Yeah, see, Jimmy Anderson, as that age comes in, I compare it quite a bit to Peter Siddle. Not at test level, though, in terms of Peter Siddle's BBL bowling. Last couple of years, he's been absolutely phenomenal. And it's because as you get older, you get wiser. And you just start to learn, right, well, I'm not bowling them at 145 anymore. So I'll just get that line and length in the spot. De Grono's been an example for the Kiwis for a long time, who doesn't bowl quick, but just bowls line and length, and it works for him. That's going to be a great shot from Zondo. Out through cover, looks like it's going to be maybe just a 2. You wouldn't take on Lavishane's throw. Great throw as well, only just above the stumps. Well, I hope you're keeping well, mate, says Muttley. And we're Zimbabwean Colin de Grono. He's actually playing for the Adelaide Strikers in the BBL, and he's been having a pretty decent start to his competition. Is nice to see. So we've got 5 Kiwis in the BBL. We've got Colin de Gronholm for the Adelaide Strikers. We've got Colin Munro for the Brisbane Heat. Trent Bolt for the Melbourne Stars. Jimmy Neesham for the Hobart Hurricanes. And then later on will be Melbourne Renegades getting Martin Guptill. So we actually got 5 New Zealanders, which is quite cool, the BBL. And Broad's the type of guy for the coach to drop, and Jimmy will decide when he can't, I reckon, says Gareth there. Yeah, there seems to be that kind of difference between the two, I guess you could say. It's been, I've been well, mate. Can't really complain about anything apart from me glass being empty, says Sebastian. That is unfortunate, Sebastian, but hopefully you did have plenty of beverages over the Christmas period. You were enjoying a bit of turkey or ham. What one would you guys go with? In fact, that's the next question in the chat. If you had to pick between a turkey or a ham for Christmas, what one would you pick? We actually had the bonus of both yesterday. I ended up, the turkey wasn't bad, but I still love a good ham. And I feel like because my dad won it at a golf tournament, it made it just that little bit, almost, I was going to say a little bit sweeter, but it was a little bit saltier, I guess you could say, due to sodium. And ham turkey's nasty. And also we got ham and a turkey from Sebastian there. Okay, this might be one that kind of splits opinions as well. It seems like everyone's going for the ham except for Sebastian, who may know how to cook a mean turkey. We don't know. Maybe he's got like a perfect, gets that nice tenderness of the bird. Turkey. Turkey? What's a turkey? And also, a turkey is a second-rate chicken, says Metron. into the over, 26 overs down. They're still way behind in the over rate, which for Australia's sake means that they kind of had to bowl these guys out early to stop any type of real problems. Because you'd hate to see this match go down to a draw because they've missed about 10 overs. Just showing Stark. Way he's been bowling to Verena. It's a tricky angle. In fact, that was actually the Elgar dismissals that they are showing there. And Turkey doesn't know what it is. I'd rather have ostrich. How much chicken you can consume if given a chance. It's a great question, Coding. I haven't actually tested my chicken eating capabilities, to be honest. But if I had to guess, like KFC wise, I can probably consume, I'd say 6 chicken tenders. They're not very big. Couple chicken thighs and some drumsticks. I'd say that that's not too much of a task. I probably don't look like I can eat a lot, but I feel like when I dig deep, I can really get some food in there. You know, Bowler must come on. Says John Mills. Yeah, I don't think he's too far away, Scotty Boland. The crowd will be booing if he doesn't get the chance soon. I'm having ham all bloody year long. I might as well make an effort with the turkey on Christmas Day, says Sebastian. What type of marinade do you put on it, Sebastian, for your turkey? Because I know people go with the honey glazed ham. What type of real nice herbs and whatnot? Oh, there's an edge, but it doesn't carry. So I know when after the slightly wide one, Harris can eat 100 chicken nuggets, but doesn't want to prove it for us for some reason, or to us for some reason, says Gareth. Yeah. Although I've actually learned, I didn't mention this the other day, but I've learned that chicken nuggets from McDonald's, another reason why we've slightly delayed our 50 nugget video is because I've actually learned chicken nuggets make me quite sick from McDonald's, which I didn't know beforehand. But they were kind of a common denominator. So that's why I feel like when we do 50 nuggets, I might be like sick in bed for a couple of days after doing it. So I've got to be very strategic with when I decide to do it. Nicely bowled. Once again, play late. And herbs, I usually smoke me herbs, boss, says Sebastian. And also, we have got there, don't you have chicken licking in New Zealand? We do have KFC. Apparently, the Ashburton one, KFC nuggets then. That is actually a good point, Gareth. Could do KFC. I feel like KFC nuggets is doable. How much are KFC nuggets compared to McDonald's? That would be an interesting video. Which one's more bang for your buck? It's actually, you smart, Gareth. You got a working brain on you. You've done well. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I don't know why I didn't just go, well, I could do a different type of chicken nugget. Burger King, they have nuggets, don't they? But I don't know what it is about McDonald's ones. It must be one of their many, many ingredients. Nando's. Oh, only at the Auckland airport, I believe. You're just showing the dismissal of Mitchell Stark when he got Rassie van der Dusen, who wasn't too happy about the way that he went out because he left a gap about this big about how much Elgar got run out by. And no, John, there's no chicken licking in New Zealand, says Gareth. I actually tried some chicken from Burger Fuel the other day. When me, George, Daniel, and Daniel's girlfriend went up to Timaru, we pretty much did a smorgasbord of a whole heap of takeaway places. And yeah, Burger Fuel chicken. And it was like the chicken tenders, and they were all right, loaded with spices and whatnot, but they were literal just chicken tenders, like tenderloins off a chicken. They weren't bad. They just, like, they were all right, you know? Frangos. We don't have frangos. And not being sick from eating chicken nuggets seems like a baseline for good values. Yeah, true. I think that's Alyssa Healy on commentary, and that's while Stark's bowling. So husband wife duo at the moment here. One of which out there on the field, the other oh, in the commentary box. See outside of off stump, lack of foot movement, and do Mick D's nuggets even taste like chicken? They have their own kind of thing going on. They're kind of, it's an interesting coating on them. I think the coating splits them from the rest a little bit. Like, I know if it sounds like, yeah, they aren't really, like they say they're 100% chicken breast. I'm trying not to get sued here, I think is the best way of describing this little section. But like they do have a unique nugget taste that no other place has. Like Burger King's nuggets, they're all right. Like I've learned, they're not actually terrible. They used to be shit, but they're not as bad now. And where's Ian the uncle? Says John Mills at the car wash. Ian the uncle at the car wash. And Gilly, Elisa Healy, and Isha Gupta in the commentary box. Isha, oh, is that Isha Gua that you've tried to spell there, Muttley? Verena sitting on 4 runs off 9 deliveries. They've managed to get some runs on the ball, which is handy for the South Africans. But I think it's what they do from here that really matters. They need to build a partnership because without a partnership, we could see South Africa once again lose a couple quick wickets. And lucky Gilly, says Sebastian. I watched a lovely compilation the other day of Shane Warne's bowling, and it was like a YouTube short. And I think it was quite funny listening to Gilly because every time Shane Warne got that wicket bowled, you just hear a Gilly, ah, that was the same thing over and over again. And like, I swear he would have done it like 100 times, just going, ah, behind the stumps. Fun fact about Gilly. I also love the clip of when he's like getting called Gilly from the slip cord and then he tells them to F off, mate. Quite a fun clip from back in the day. Be sure to check it out if you haven't already. Just type in Adam Gilchrist F off and it will come up. I would show it, but copyright will get me. Nicely done. By Pat Cummins, a little bit of a steer down there with Verena. Definitely the two danger men, I would say, for South Africa currently at the crease. As soon as you get through these two, you're into Janssen, you're into a few of the other tail enders. And Warner is not the best leg spinner of all time, I'm afraid, says John Mills. Who would be your best leg spinner then? John. I don't think there's too many who have taken more than 700 wickets in their leg spin careers. Trying to think of other options. And also, Gilly walks when he isn't even out the butte, says Kara. Oh, so that was off the glove, mate. The whole world is watching champ. Says Sebastian there. It's like, yeah, I love watching Gilly. I was actually in the Bushfire T20 match that they had with old players. And he was behind the stumps, and I think they had him mic'd up, and you just hear his brain ticking over while he's out there on the field. Hello, Riley, says John Mills. Would you be very disappointed in me if I haven't heard of either of those two, John? Maybe because I am from the newer generation, so kind of grew up with Shane Warne. Is the main one. Nicely done. Abdul Qadir. I think I've heard of him, actually. I think I might have heard of Abdul Qadir. How many wickets have they both got, John? Out of curiosity. Also, chicken licking doesn't make nuggets. Al Qadir was dynamite, says Muttley. I feel like that's what I'm going to have to do after the stream is just go looking for Abdul Qadir highlights, aren't I? Because I know that Rashid Khan currently has been called the leg spinner of the generation with the way that he bowls. Just quite a feat to have. Decade's a long time. Oh, sorry, decade rather than generation. Generation's a full century, isn't it? Cummins now 5 dot balls in a row. Well played by Verena. Once again gets a mind that they didn't play as many tests as Warne, says John Mills. So I guess maybe because Warne's got that longevity, it might have ended up ticking it a little bit more in his favour. Just because to get 700 wickets, how many matches did he have? 140 something, I think it was. Apparently, South Africa, their next batsman to the crease will be Janssen, then Maharaj, Rabada, Nokia, and Ngidi. So, who have they lost from that order? I believe it's Maharaj who has come in, but I'm not too sure who they've replaced. Was Maharaj their last match? If he was, he really didn't put on much of a showing, unfortunately. Elgar, the top one there, run out by Labuschagne, 26. They've actually gone in order of dismissals in order of the amount of runs that they've got for themselves. Oh! Did he chop it on? No. Just missed the stumps. Mitchell Stark smacked his face on the turf. That won't make his wife in the commentary box very happy. Jeez, that was close. to being chopped on. So, yeah, theoretically, Zondo needs to get more runs than Varena for the trend to continue down their order. Yeah, that was very close to leg stump. But there was Imran Khan's spin option. Yeah, to be dynamite, says Sebastian. Close to the leg stump, almost a chop on. I never underestimated this type of argument. Warner's played more matches. Yes, taken 700 wickets. There isn't an argument, says Gareth. Sorry, I've never understood rather than underestimated. I think I said underestimated, didn't I? That's a nice drive. Looks like Zondo will be able to get to the 2. Nicely done. South Africa still slowly ticking over. It's a big boo around the ground. What's happened there? Someone's possibly getting kicked out, I would say, if it's the MCG. We saw quite a few while we were there getting taken out for a bit of a talking to. One of which I believe was Geordie Barrett at one point of the MCG test in 2019, wasn't it? That's my friend. My friend has shown up at my door, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you guys will know him, some of you may not. He's going to come join me. We did. It got taken down. It got put up on the 24th, taken down on the 25th. Shot. Oh, it's taken. What a catch by Marnus. Right. What we might do, if you don't mind, is move that one slightly that way so that you can still see the cricket.
I do love cricket.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, Isaac is here. There we go. Stark's got a wicket. Go around a little bit further. We'll have to roll this back a bit.
They see me rolling. There
we go. And we'll go there. Drag that forward. There we go. Like that. It's so high, isn't it? There we go. Oh, no. There we go.
Yeah.
Lovely. Some of you guys will know Isaac. Bucket hats, please. Oh, they're all out in the shed. Maybe for the last session. Yeah.
We got a question.
I do. I have about 10. Zondo's gone. Do you know Zondo?
That is a cool name.
It is. It's been dismissed for 5. And all right, Isaac, Merry Christmas, mate.
Seb, g'day, mate.
How's your eyesight? Can you read what it says?
Barely.
And also, I was hoping it was George. Xavier. Xavier likes George. This is Isaac as well. If you've heard any music in the background of the Kiwi Lads vlog,
I couldn't hear it. Did you have music in the background?
For the stereo or the radio car driving part, we did. Yeah. How was your Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was good. Ate lots.
Did
I
you?
was tired. I'm tired today too, actually. It's quite warm.
It is. I've got the windows open, but they're doing nothing.
You need a fan.
I do.
Fans in the computer.
Isaac with a K. As oh, you beautiful man, says Gareth.
But he spelled it Isaac with a C and then said with a K.
Plot twist, eh? So,
what one does he want?
Marco Janssen, have you been watching any of the Boxing Day tests so far? You've been biking, haven't you?
Boxing Day test? No.
No?
South Africa versus Australia.
Is there we go.
Should I be going like this?
Not quite, no. No, a bit far forward, that is. Uh-oh. Almost dropped them. Right, so currently South Africa in a lot of trouble here.
Why is that?
Wickets falling. They've lost 5 wickets already. We're only 28 overs into the test.
I know that's quite bad. How many do you have? 11?
10 wickets.
10 wickets, but 11 people.
Yeah. Right, Janssen on strike. Mitchell Stark ripper straight away outside of the off stump.
So if they carry on like they are, they'll get like 60 overs in and be out.
Yeah. I would say at this stage, South Africa may struggle to make 150. If not.
What did I say? 5 for 67?
Yeah.
That's quite bad, isn't it?
Also, we have got there is Stark getting any applause at the MCG. He's getting a little bit at the moment. That's a great catch from Labuschagne, though, isn't it? Look at this catch. He's already got a run out today. Boom, straight in the bread basket.
The cameraman's really done well there.
It's a hard one. It was a quick shot on it. Comes Stark again. Nice drive.
Does he know Tony? Is that his cousin?
Maybe. I mean, they do consider Stark a bit of an Iron Man for the Australians at time.
That was quite well
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, had to roll with it.
I could see why you do this commentary.
I'm getting quicker. See,
You used to talk really quick,
I did,
but
but
you've slowed down.
slowed down with my old age.
Yeah,
Burnt out the voice.
that's the one.
It's a great catch.
And he threw it away. Oh, he dropped it.
No, that was after.
How long do you have to hold it before you can throw it away?
Well, there's been arguments about that in the past. Oh, short ball.
Like I can imagine sometimes that may look like they've caught it and dropped it, and I'll be like, no, I did catch it. Yeah.
I believe it's as long as you've got it secured at some little point, because some guys go,
Yeah,
We'll
like
chuck it
straight
straight
away.
away.
It's like, nah,
and Levershane is fielding like a champion. He is. And Isaac, your is showing.
my boob,
What's your boob?
my boob.
Oh, your boob.
My boob's not showing. A boop.
It does a real good there. Like hers, hello Gibbs. Says John.
Isn't his brother a champion high jumper? Like he's hello Gibbs.
Oh,
Maybe hello. No,
is that Herschel Gibbs? No, is that the wrong name?
someone Gibbs.
If you're leaning forward, we might have to
Oh
shift
yeah,
the camera.
Herschel Gibbs. It says Herschel.
Oh, that's gone high. Alex
Oh.
Carey chasing. I think it's going to fall in a gap. Yes, it does. No one able to get to it. All right, what we might do is I'm going to... Sorry.
Great.
Motion sickness, ladies and
That
gentlemen.
looks great.
We go this way. That might be a bit better.
Do I just need to be back?
I just-
I'm getting into it. That's the thing.
Oh, you don't have headphones. Do you want some headphones?
Nah, nothing's happening anyway.
Buyup is a beer belly. So how much food did you eat yesterday, do you think?
A lot.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I think I was better than other years.
I'm the same.
Like other years, I would literally feel like I was going to vomit. So that's nice. But I paced myself.
Did you have lunch and tea?
Oh no, my dinner was like I had Pringles and onion dip and chocolate.
Nice.
It was mainly the lunch.
Yeah. And also Herschel Gibbs says John. Currently the field, 3 men on the onside, the one at short leg. Also a man at slightly straighter mid wicket. The man at deep fine leg as well. Everyone else in the slip court and in the gully, other than Pat Cummins, is bowling at the moment. Oh, what a ball.
He not hit it.
No, not quite. But if he had, he would have been going back to the changing shed. This really is a treat. Been a while since we had this bloke on the stream. Yeah, it's been a good
Wow.
9 months.
Oh, it's in a vlog.
You were. It was in the vlog where we went bowling.
It's been.
It might be.
I can't remember the last thing I
Ooh.
was on.
Might have been a little edge there. Why did that ball move? But yeah, I think the last one would have been the Super Rugby final, which would have been in about maybe
The Aotearoa one or the Trans-Tasman?
Trans-Tasman, I think. So in about June for the July International. So yeah, it's been a long time.
It's been a bit. It's been a minute.
So what day do you go back?
28th.
Ah. It's unfortunate. It's like 2 days away.
Yeah. Yep. No, we're doing it.
Busy. Johnson currently sitting 2 off 6 deliveries. Hamish, you invited him or at stream, or Isaac just randomly come? No, I did say earlier on that I'm on the stream if you want to come round.
And then
Hang
I ran
out.
it. And then I ran it.
Yeah. You've been biking though. That seems like a nice
It
activity
was-
for today.
It was hot out.
Did you see my mum?
No.
Nah.
Was your mum out biking?
Nah, she was walking. Thank you.
We love a walk.
Luckily, my sunburn is peeling at the moment, unfortunately. But
You went outside.
I did about 2 weeks ago or a week
And it's
ago.
only just peeling. Shit.
Yeah.
What'd you go outside for?
Cricket.
Oh.
Played an actual match.
Did you win?
No.
You lose.
Yeah. Oh, well bowled.
How many bats did you get? Runs.
Well, that is a secret that the live stream don't know.
Why?
I'll show you on my fingers. Just doing the different numbers and what not, but that.
Is that
Yes.
a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why'd you get wicket or four?
Caught.
That'll do it.
Yeah. Half-assed the shot.
You need to commit.
I had the GoPro on, so it's going to be a video soon.
Oh. Did you do any bowling or
Yeah, shockingly.
you did bowling?
Yeah, it was rough.
Was it? Did you bowl anyone out?
No, not even close.
Do any fielding?
Yeah.
Did you catch?
Nah.
And you just don't sound very good.
It's a rough day. I think I got heat stroke.
Yeah, fair. You hadn't played much before that.
No. One game in
the
the
team.
last 10 years.
So that's not probably too bad. There's only one more game than me, and I bet I wouldn't do that well.
You want to play for us?
No.
Shame.
It's a bit of a commute. Are you playing this weekend?
No, we're about late January, I think.
Right.
Next time we're in.
I suck at cricket.
Run rate of 2.32. That's a little bit slow for the South Africans at the
That
moment.
is very slow.
Oh,
We need some sixes.
oh, maybe just fours would be a good start.
Sixes. Let's do some sixes.
Starkey's been bowling well. 9.2 overs bowled, 2 wickets, 21. And also he's had that run out off his bowling, which was also Marnus Labuschagne. Very handy. Are you sure you don't want headphones to know what's going on?
No. I don't need it. I'm actually watching the game. I don't need people to explain it to me.
See, and Isaac, how do you feel knowing there's 65 random people all around the world staring at your face?
Quite good, actually.
Yeah? It's a nice shot out through cover.
They'll have a nice view, those 65 people.
Well, it's just gone down to 59. 6 disagreed.
Jesus.
No, it was already down there.
That's bad. I've been on a live stream with 1,000 people before.
You have, yeah. In our suits.
Yes. Yep. Shit, we do it well.
We're a bit too casual for this one, aren't we? But I feel like that's what the cricket summer's all
Summer
about,
cricket,
isn't it?
mate. Yeah.
Do you want a drink?
Oh, what have you got?
We got some Sprite, some Coke. I've got Mango Bundaberg fizzy drink. That's a drop.
That's a drop. Mango Bundaberg.
Yeah. It's hard to find.
Might have to try one of those.
It is.
Are you
also-
all right to part ways with one of them?
Yeah, I don't mind. I should mention 43 grams of sugar in a little bottle. So that's probably
What's the caloric intake for it?
You drink it.
You just drink it and you don't give a shit. I mean, why do I care? I've literally had like 10 chocolates today.
Have you?
I don't think a mango drink is going to is going to affect me too bad.
I would space up high jumping or spice up. I would put a charcoal fire pit at the landing end. Them tossers think they are what, or think that what they do actually matters. I suck at high jump though. I was that bad at. Oh, that's hit him on the arm. That hurt.
Then on the ass.
No, on the arm, up in
He
there.
just rolled it off. He's like, yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, I was that bad at high jump at high school that they actually didn't give me a participation point because they thought I was taking the piss. Yeah.
Who was running that?
Mr. Sounds like Hamilton, but with
Oh,
a
yeah.
different letter. Yeah.
That's a bit rude, isn't it?
I thought so. Like, I just couldn't get up. Couldn't jump.
I hate it when you can't get it up.
No. Yeah, it's always sad. So use our promo code at what is it? Blue Chew, is that the one?
Yeah. Is that the one?
Right in the spine that actually hit there.
Yeah, it was like in the bloody neck, hey? Bit of an ouchie.
And don't you have sugar tax in New Zealand, Amish? Do we pay tax for sugar?
I think, well, we don't necessarily pay it, but things are a bit more expensive because of it. Although I'm thinking of bringing it in.
Because that's the thing, fruit's so expensive compared to a bag of chips.
I love a bag of chips, though.
Yeah, but when they're cheaper as well, you just go, well, I'll get a bag of chips.
Bag of chips.
Why would I want to get a banana when I can get a bag of chips?
I'm bad with fruit. because I have some fruit and then I get bored of them really quick, and then I'm like, oh, I need a new fruit to try.
I was very disappointed recently. I tried an Australian mango.
You do like your Aussie mangoes,
I
don't you?
do. It was overripe, and it hurt my feelings badly.
Well, it's
It's,
because they had to come from Australia.
it's another nice shot for Varane. Just ticking over the runs here. Thing on 9. The partnership starting to form between these two. And also we've got their bring on Boland. Yeah, I don't think it'll be too far away. Scotty Boland from another chance. I think Isaac's looking for a larger or a lager Hamish.
I
Says
think I'm
Gareth
looking. I think I'm looking for a larger Hamish.
Yeah. 2023, we're bulking up. Ooh.
Yeah. How's the gym going?
Uh,
Getting massive.
the last time I went was probably early December.
Yeah, probably the same with me.
Yeah,
2023. That's when we're going for it.
that's the year.
You know,
Cheer up a cold bag of chips counts as salad.
can't you just have a warm salad and have a warm? Actually, I don't want a warm bag of chips either. Room temperature chips.
Yeah, see, I really only ate ham, turkey, and a few chocolates yesterday, I think.
Did you just have ham and turkey for you?
Well, like there were other things, but I was just in a meat mood.
You love your meat, don't you?
Yeah,
You didn't grab any spuds,
no.
carrots,
There were carrots there, but I did not grab them.
peas,
There were peas, I did not grab them.
salad.
Nah, just turkey and ham. I
Did
went
you have
for.
any gravy on the turkey?
Nah,
Stuffing?
nah. just turkey and ham.
That was literally it, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
There's no dressings or anything like that.
Nope. And then I had a Sprite in the evening.
What about the dessert? Did you have any dessert?
I had just favourites.
No, there was no pav or anything.
There were, yeah, but I just had favourites.
Sticky date pudding.
Nah. No berries.
Oh, not even the berries.
No, just went basic this year. Minimalistic.
Cauliflower cheese.
That's decent, isn't it?
Yeah.
My dad doesn't like cauliflower because of the smell,
The smell
which I find interesting.
doesn't smell though.
No, not a huge amount.
Pigs in blankets. Hell yeah.
Cheer up a cold bag of chips counts as salad. Oh, no, I read that
Oh,
one. didn't I?
you read that?
Yeah, I'm good at that. Now, Janssen on strike outside of off stump. They've got a lot of slips at the moment here. At day one, it was actually 4 wickets down, so they've lost 1 wicket, but they've gained 16 runs in the process.
Who's actually bad?
South Africa.
Also, South
No.
Africa's doing shit. I mean, bad.
Yeah, you can. It's Christmas. Maybe not that much.
Okay. Maybe I do need the commentary.
Do you want headphones?
Nah, I'm all good.
You sure?
Is New Zealand not playing?
No, they play. Oh, they play Pakistan later on tonight. That was an ugly bouncer for Janssen. They're going to have about 3 minutes now where they just make sure that he's not concussed. He says he's all right, but they still have to check on him. Look at this shot. Coming straight into the grill almost. Boom, straight on the side of the neck.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a dangerous one there. Oof, that's hurt. Or that'll hurt, yeah. It's an ugly one as well. Because he tried to duck in, put the bat up, and it's gone straight through and got him on the jaw. If he hasn't been concussed here, he should think about boxing because he's got the range. Yeah, he's good to go.
Oh, good.
Pitched up delivery, he still got onto the front foot. Not a lot of foot movement though. I think that's because he might have been expecting another short one. So normally you want to get your foot to the ball. See how that front foot's kind of angled out.
But he kind of backed out of that one.
Yeah, and then his next one, there wasn't a lot of foot movement either. And
that anxious.
see, in real time, that's got to hurt, doesn't it? I feel like there's also that chance, though, that you're just in that much shock from getting smacked that you're just like...
You got the adrenaline going and you're just...
Eddie Cummins pitched up nicely, played by Janssen again. Oh, he's kicked it away to the side and it's actually led to a run.
Idiot.
Gutsy batting, says Muttley. And bro, where are you from? We are from New Zealand. It's actually a very nice day here today. It's nice that Cummins is not a good captain, says John Mills. Oh, he's got a pretty decent winning record. Him and Pakistan, he didn't go that flash. I did notice that he seemed to get it a little bit wrong in terms of the declaration timing. That man was very tanned in the background there.
Declaration.
Yeah.
What's that?
Something that the Australians might consider later on today.
What's
No,
that?
sorry, later on tomorrow.
Is that when you just declare that you've lost? So you
No,
don't get embarrassed even more.
no, that's
You
not.
say, right, game over, you win.
Not
Stuff
quite.
that.
They do have that sometimes at the very end of the game, though. But pretty much the declaration is once you get to, let's say, 500 runs for Australia from here, when they bat, they'll go, we've got enough, now we want to have a bowl at you.
So it's not when you run out of people.
No.
I thought it was.
No, so that would be bowled out compared to declaration. So sometimes like a side will be...
Because this is Test cricket, not 2020.
Yeah.
So 2020, you just do your 10 bowls. Or your 10 people.
Yeah.
Your 10
wickets.
Thank
Yeah.
you. You do your 10 wickets, but for Test, you just keep going forever.
Yeah, there's 5 days of 90 overs. So you got 450 overs compared to a T20 where both sides bat in 40 overs combined. Maximum.
So you got 450 overs.
Yeah. Although they are going
How
at a
many
slow
bowls-
over
How
rate.
many bowls are in an over? Like
6. So theoretically, you've got 2,700 balls of a test match. That's not including wides.
Is that always the case, or is this what the Declaration of Independence is?
They don't always get through all of them. Like last match between these two sides only went to day 2.
Yeah.
And South Africa had been through their innings twice, bowled out twice, and then Australia won.
Why?
They just didn't bat well. And also, it was a tough
Yeah,
pitch
but
to
why
bat on.
did they officially lose? Why did they call it before they'd done all Oh, cricket's so confused.
Slow test cricket, bless your coffin socks. Or cotton socks.
Maybe I should look up Wikipedia. I'll read that.
Down the leg side. Might be a good idea. Pat Cummins is a horse bad captain. And he gets lucky of times despite the wrong decisions. That's the thing. Sometimes Pat Cummins' test cricket and captaincy can be, I guess, misinterpreted because of Australia winning all the time. But sometimes it's not really his decision making that gets them over the line, if that makes sense. And also Boland is bowling, mate. He is indeed. Scotty Boland, a very much so favourite of the MCG crowd. Got 3 slips and a gully. Scotty Boland.
Slips and gullies.
Oh, playing a miss. South Africa disappointing. Yeah, it's a shame that they've started this match pretty much the same as they finished the last, which is losing those easy wickets. Like we've seen a run out here, which was a disappointing one for the captain, Elgar. We've seen a poor shot choice from De Bruyne, who decided to try and play it across the line, hit it straight into the hands of Alex Carey. There has been some good bowling along the way, though, from the South Africans. From the Australians. You're currently learning heaps about cricket.
Yeah, they're just doing the real basic stuff.
You want the deep diving. Scotty Boland, short ball.
You go to Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm. You learn a lot off Wikipedia, can't you?
Yeah. Conduct of the game. That's what we want. Test status. No, don't care about that.
I could probably learn some things from that as well, to be fair. Those are nice shoes, by the way, bud. You want to show
I got a bit of...
You want to show the old... yeah, there you go. Look at that. The Adidas.
It looks like I've broken my ankle.
It does. Yeah, that looks bad, doesn't it? Oh, well bowled. And I was like, good morning, says Bridget. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, early morning start for you guys in South Africa. Currently sitting about 5 a.m. And I was like, thanks, says WN. But the short balls to Janssen seems to be what they keep on going back to here currently, South African. Oh, yeah, no, that was a big one. Yeah, the Australian bowlers, they just seem to be going short and then they'll pitch it up again. But Boland's the type of guy who, when he gets it pitched up, it's going to be a very hard ball to play. I think we're going to see that on the final ball of this over.
Did you know that... I'll let you commentate to this.
Bowl, into the over.
Did you know that because they're currently 5-day tests, they used to be 3 to 4 days? And the last 3 to 4 day test was in 1973 between New Zealand and Pakistan.
There you go. Do you know who won that test match?
No. Do you?
It's probably a draw, so they decided to extend it, I
Let's
guess.
make it 5.
Mm. And then in Shield cricket in Australia, it's actually 4 days, but they play 120 overs per day.
Shield cricket.
The next level down from international, kind of like state cricket in Australia.
Okay.
So we have got there for the great audible updates, mate, says WN. And sorry, Gareth, says Sebastian there as well. I think you guys both timed him out. Live channel subscribe as well. Yeah, he's the live cricket channel, apparently. Cameron Green back into the bowling attack. Now, this man's also got a bit of height, so him versus Janssen might be a cool combination. That little bit of extra bounce. Cam Green. He had a chance to get a man out earlier on, but Nathan Lyon, he dropped the catch. They have been able to dismiss that man since. Cam Green also picking up that wicket of De Bruyne. Oh, Yorker on the money straight away from Cam Green. Verena tries to block it out. 9 runs off 22 deliveries at the moment he's sitting. Last 25 balls, we have seen 8 runs, 0 wickets. And I believe the ball before that would have actually been the dismissal right in the block hole on the bottom of the Grey Nichols. He's still learning.
So there's 4 innings in a test match.
Yeah. On paper, yes. Then you get that kind of technical side of things, how sometimes you only get 3. But should be 4.
Don't tell me that. Don't
should
tell
be
me
4.
that right now. In the following oh my god, I've got scenarios here on Wikipedia.
We should play Cricket 22. I feel like that would teach you a lot.
I probably would, actually. Can you do a test on there?
Yep.
That'd be long.
Me and Dad last night, Christmas Day evening, so Christmas evening, I guess you call it, we played for about 2.5 hours just bowling, trying to get the Australians out.
Damn.
Got them in the end, but it took a bit. Oh, another big full toss. Seems like Cam Green being told to bowl it a little bit fuller. Janssen and Proteas need some decent totals. Its highest total in the series so far from them was 152. It's literally impossible to win the test under those conditions. Yeah. And it's Kyle Jamieson in Pakistan with the black cap Samish. I believe so. I believe he is with the side. It'll be a handy asset with that little bit of extra height in Pakistan. And also, Gareth has said, Isaac, you got pretty earlobes. Oh, off the edge. Doesn't carry. It's an awkward one. And neither Warner nor Kerry were able to clean that one up. But forcing the edge.
I have pretty earlobes.
You do, yeah. That's what Gareth has said.
Thanks, Gareth. I appreciate that. I've never been complimented on my earlobes.
May I see the other one? Okay, so you got a matching pair.
Yeah.
Back in high school, we did that maths thing. How some people have one earlobe that kind of dangles a little bit, and then the other one doesn't.
You didn't measure it though.
No.
Maybe they are.
It also doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon, says Gareth. This seems like a good place to express appreciation for earlobes. They're handy things. Although, what do they do?
Nothing. They hold earrings.
Ah.
So, why would you declare that the innings... Okay, the team's captain can declare that the innings are closed because they believe they have enough runs. Wouldn't you just keep going and get as much runs as you can?
But if you run out of days in the test match, then it's a draw. So that's where it comes in. Normally, a declaration is because you've got enough runs you feel to be able to win the test match in the 5-day period.
Oh, so if they don't...
Yeah.
So if you get heaps of runs, and then you're on like the 3rd day, and then the 4th day comes along, and then the other team starts doing their thing, but they don't get out, then it's a draw.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay. Interesting. That's where the captain comes in with his making his calls.
Jeez, the umpire. Jeez, he's only just got out of that one. And we can basically make Hamish say things to Isaac that he would never say, says Gareth. I've tried to find that out myself, says WN. Is that for the South African side of things or the earlobes?
Did you know you can do a declaration before the innings even start? It's called an innings for fixture.
I have not seen one of those.
An innings for fixture. Weird word.
See, that would be a bit silly because normally what you do is enforce the follow-on. Is another thing that you can do if you're in the lead by a lot. So I guess that's if you lead by like 190, somewhere around there. Nicely done. Almost straight to the man in close, but Janssen gets another couple. It's 59 guys, or 8:59 guys. Have a great night. I'm off to bed, so we will see you later on, WN. Thank you very much for coming in. Cummins go to school, Hamish? I'd assume so. He's a big boy. Roy, him and Hazelwood, they're both farm boys, I think. And Scotty Boland, wouldn't surprise me if he was also a bit of a farm boy too. Travis said, almost got the finger to it. I can smell your hormones, says WN. Imagine the cockiness. I only need one innings, you peasants. You look like you're getting more and more confused as you read more about Test match cricket.
If at the completion of Team B's first innings, Team A leads by at least 200 runs, the captain of Team A may, but is not required to, for Team B to have their second innings next. This is called enforcing the follow-on. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah. That was 4 runs, by the way, hit down the ground by Marco Janssen. Yeah, so that's pretty much, normally when you enforce a follow-on, it's a bit rarer in these days because teams don't like to make their bowlers bowl 2 spells in a row type thing, or 2 innings in a row.
If at the completion of Team B's first innings, Team A leads by at least 200 runs, captain of Team A may Team B to have their second innings. Oh, so you can do a swapsy.
Pretty much. So rather than it going, for example, you're a music man, aren't you?
No. Yes.
You enjoy composing and whatnot.
Sure.
So if you were writing a verse and you went A, B, as your composition of it, instead when you enforce the follow-on, it would become A, B, B, A.
And ABBA.
ABBA.
So, but it would be A, B, and then A is saying, no, B, you keep going. And then A goes last.
And then they all break out into Dancing Queen.
Yes.
In the final moments
but they
of the
have
match.
to be at least 200 runs.
Yeah.
So they have to be absolutely thrashing them and then say, nah, we're going to make your life even worse. You keep that.
Pretty much, yeah. And then in that case, you'd start at the top of the order of the side that's just batted again.
But that could be a silly thing to do because then you might not get to bat again, and then you might get a draw by the end of the 5 days.
It is true.
I'm onto this cricket thing.
Do we expect to have you back tomorrow?
Possibly. I might be a fan by then.
And do you think the Proteas should declare now, Hamish, to save further embarrassment? Let's say get to 100 at least first, just to make it look reasonable. I mentioned that they may struggle to get to 150. They still are doing pretty well though, this partnership. And so, are you actually we're a wife beater in public? Says Gareth. What's happened there? And I was going to bed.
Yeah, I do wear a wife beater in public. This isn't a wife. This is a singlet.
Oh.
You know, some people call singlets wife beaters?
Do they?
This is just a gym singlet. It's made of that fabric.
Mesh.
It's like fishnets now.
Yeah.
Did you know that Test cricket has only a team forced to follow on has only won 3 times in Test cricket?
It's a rarity.
Out of 285 follow-ons enforced, 3 have been.
Tell you what, that's
good.
That's a bloody stat man right here.
I'm just bringing the facts.
That's something I would have never known.
That's good ratio though. So what innings is this?
This is the first innings.
Oh.
So we've got a long way to go. It's day 1.
Damn.
You were waiting for all your scenarios. That
I was
you
like, no, we're not there. Oh, and did you know Australia was the losing team on each of those occasions?
Ooh.
On each of those 3 occasions.
No wonder they don't enforce the follow-on. That's actually...
Because Australia is really bad at calling it. There you go. Look at this.
I'm actually impressed with that stat because we have asked the question in the past, why don't Australia follow on very often?
It's because
history is against them.
They're one of the only 3 times in history I've lost from a follow-on.
And so 1% basically, says Sebastian. Yeah, so very rare for it to happen. Cameron Green.
The Test match will produce a result
Ooh.
by means of one of 6 scenarios. All 4 innings are complete.
And also, we have got there, ask your mate to look up Bill O'Reilly, the leg spinner, Hamish.
Leg spinner.
Yeah. He said that he was better than Shane Warne.
That's high praise.
See, he even knows who Shane Warne is, Johnson. That's impressive.
Team batting in the 4th innings overtakes the opposing team. The 3rd innings concludes.
So he played to the leg side. This is going to be another 2 runs now. And after that one, I believe it is going to be Mitchell Stark. Yes, it is. And I got a rise. Says Gareth there. That is a long novel about Test match cricket.
It's very detailed. Very confusing.
We haven't even talked about how balls work.
Balls?
Yeah.
They're just round, aren't they?
Yeah. 2-piece, 4-piece.
Bowls?
Yeah, each of the balls. That's a leave there from Mako Janssen. What's he done? South Africa average first test innings total last 3 tests is 140. That's nowhere near enough. His name is Bill O'Reilly. You won't be able to listen to anything, though.
Bill Australian cricketer.
He looks like a good guy. Way back in the day. 1905 is when he was born. Actually, only a few days ago. 20th of December.
He was born a few days ago. And he died in 1992. That's a good age. That's a good age. Rated as one of the greatest. One of the.
George has just sent me a message saying, I see Isaac's in town. What is he? Poor George.
Show Mr. George, I'm in town.
And both balls are around. I might have little bumps all over them. You might want to get those checked if they progress any more, Gareth. Once again, left alone. Oh, a little bit of late movement. Can I ask whose? Because we're not brothers.
Yuri. No, it's Yuri. You know Yuri.
Oh, Yuri's mother.
Yeah, he's that Russian fella. Yuri.
Yeah.
Yuri mothers. Me.
I don't know what I always wonder about people. Is that supposed to be like that we read that and go, oh, I never want to do YouTube anymore. My feelings are hurt. Oh, hey, Isaac. What did he put to me? He didn't reply.
He didn't reply to you. Oh, hey, George.
Sorry, I've hit him. Should I let him out for a few explanations? Yeah, get him back out there for a bit, Sebastian. I feel like we're at the point of we don't mind him, do we?
Who don't we mind?
Rashan.
Oh, I really mind Rashan.
Yeah? I don't mind Rashan's mother. I don't like when you turn it around on them, though. Like, they're allowed to say it, but as soon as you turn around and say it to them, they're like, no, that's uncalled for. Bill O'Reilly, isn't he a comedian? No, he's not.
He's got No Spin News.
Oh, so he does like cricketing news.
No, I don't know if he does. Because he died in 1998, and this is from 5 days ago.
Yeah, no, just a bit of
cricket.
Bit of coincidence there. You see, it's probably hard to find him. Someone's great uncle, Bill O'Reilly is. Right, we've had a bit of a stoppage here. Boland.
Oh, yeah.
Taking his time.
Forgot about the cricket.
That's all right. Got plenty of days worth, don't we?
I'm on data. Do
you want my Wi-Fi password?
Oh.
It's fibre now.
Ooh, fibre. That'll be good for you with your bloody YouTube stuff.
I'm no longer plugged in. And also we have got the Rashan, let go of your knob and answer the question. Sebastian there.
He has a very interesting style. Watch this video. Back, forward. Back, forward.
Oh, so it's almost like a sway, isn't it?
Yeah. Crazy.
Rashan has said effing me.
What, your mum is... Wait, is it his mum or?
I don't know, Rajni. Oh, no, that's not Rajni. We had Rajni the other day.
Oh, yeah.
He told me that he was having sex with my mother, but then he later said, "Your mother's my mother." So I accused him of incest and he went quiet.
That's quite funny, isn't it? That's quite good.
Yes. Effing me?
Maybe it's like that ABBA song.
What's it?
Touching me, wasn't it?
Loving me, loving you, is
Loving
it?
me, loving you.
Mm.
Aww.
There is nothing we can't do. Is it loving?
Is it? That's what I was
Knowing me, knowing you,
Was it
isn't it?
knowing? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was also thinking of Sweet Caroline.
Sweet
You know how it does the
Caroline.
touching hands, reaching out,
Mm.
touching me,
Touching you.
Bum bum bum. Copyright claim.
Bum, bum, bum. 3 months off.
Of live streaming.
So good.
Oh,
Yes,
good.
yes. says Rashan.
Yes, yes.
He likes a bit of Neil Diamond, don't you, Rashan? We know
That's
you.
the one.
We know you, buddy. Bowling 3-dot balls in a row. That one came back in a little bit. Sweet Caroline says. It's just a tune, isn't it? But some people dislike when they play it at stadiums and whatnot.
Oh, you got to play it.
Are you one of those so good fellows in the middle?
I'm
or
just
are
the,
you,
I'm just the classic.
you're a
Get
classic?
get the lyrics down.
Mm,
Why do they keep zooming on this guy? Is he a famous fella?
he's an ex-cricketer. Ian Redpath.
Get him on the field, mate.
And there's just someone with a bucket hat stack in the background.
Buckets hat.
Hole on last ball of his over.
And it's
Oh,
over.
solid. This is a good partnership. I've just realised I've still got up that we will be back for session 2 an hour ago. What we'll do is we'll go like this, and it's going to be drinks. Would you like me to go and get you that mango drink?
Oh, yeah. That'd be nice.
Do you want to stay here and keep the people entertained?
Yeah, I'll put the headphones on so you
It's an adult only. Yeah.
No,
Oh, not an adult
I'll
only.
explain.
Australian Open.
I'll explain the ads.
Right.
Well, now I can't think because I've got other people talking. Seb, I also chip in with the so good, so good, so good. Yeah, the so good part, you know, some people like it, some people don't. I stick to the classic lyrics just because they're the part I know. John Mills, it's the Pommies football team song. Is it? You know, it's the Pommies football team song.
Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been singing that much in the World Cup because they weren't in it for very long.
Oh, they brutal.
I don't actually
Brutal,
know.
man.
I don't know if they were.
They went through to the semis.
They're in the semis.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Knocked out by France. Hang on.
Did you watch the final?
No.
You didn't. I thought you'd be right into that.
I was sleeping, unfortunately. Had to sleep at some point. Have we heard anything else from our friend Rashan, or is he gone?
No, he's easy out.
I also chip in with the so good, so good, so good. And also, we have got their quarter sandwich. Oh, the quarterfinal they were knocked out in. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Because it was Croatia, France,
I was keeping.
Argentina. Sorry, I don't know why I grabbed that. Argentina and Morocco were the 4 teams in the quarters. Bundaberg. That is swig. Do you like mango?
The aromas are good.
Because if you like mango, you'll bloody love that. And add a little sippage, little swirl around. Fizzy. A bit of extra fizz there, but pleasant enough drop, is it?
It's quite pleasant.
Yeah, not bad.
That is mango, isn't it?
Mm.
It really is mango.
That's why I love it.
It's not too carbonated either.
No.
So he's drinking his
Manus got the
mango.
Gatorade.
Mango thing as well.
What about Bill O'Reilly, Isaac? Likes to swing, doesn't he?
Yeah,
with the arm?
he's got an interesting bowling technique. He goes back, forward, and then all the way around.
Mango juice, says Sebastian. Why are you drinking Aussie? You know, we got to support them. The moment they're playing cricket.
Australian family owned.
Crafted over 4 days. You can really taste it as well.
I can taste it. It's about 4 days old.
Mm.
Ooh,
Butterbeer soft drinks are good stuff. The ginger beer is also good. Isn't that stuff that crappy ginger beer? No,
this is mango.
no, this is mango.
I don't like the lemon lime and bitters that much. I used to have it quite a bit. But then I tried like an actual lemon lime bitters, like made from scratch. And I was
Yeah.
like, ooh, this is good.
I don't know what bitters are.
It's like a like a spirit or something.
Okay.
It's got alcohol in it.
So lemon, lime, and bitters is actually an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, but I don't think it's got enough to make it alcohol. I guess.
Okay.
Or
Interesting.
maybe you can get non-alcoholic dishes.
I'm gonna brew myself a coffee. 5:15 in the morning here, says Sebastian. Yeah, certainly quite
Yeah.
early for yourself. And everyone watching from South Africa, we hugely appreciate you being up at 5:13 a.m. to be able to watch it.
That is nice.
It is a good drop, isn't it?
That is a good drop.
How many grams of sugar in that bad boy?
43.
43.
How
so
many grams of protein? Less than 1 gram.
see, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because it's that case of how good is the sugar worth?
Imagine a sugar-free one of those.
Oh, it tastes
I
like
didn't invert the bottle before opening.
no. So maybe you're still only
Mate,
getting
the-
half of the flavour.
It's quite potent as it is.
I can smell it from here.
You want one, don't you?
I'm all right. I'm all right for now. We've got a long day ahead of us.
But so it's about the same as like a can of Coke. But what would you rather have, a can of Coke or that?
Definitely that.
It's way more refreshing.
Mm.
And you feel better about yourself because it's got maybe like half a fruit in there.
I think it's like 6.5% mango puree.
No, it's 5%.
5%.
You gave it too much credit.
And what does Jacinda drink? I had no idea.
It's got more sugar in it than mango puree.
Well, of course, natural fruit sugars, obviously, isn't it?
We're talking the fake made in the lab.
Mm. Arena, 16
it's
runs.
Sugar cane.
Ever since you have sat down, fun fact, just before you sat down, there was the wicket.
Are you hungry?
Did you hear my stomach? Yeah. Ever since you've sat down, not a single wicket falling. You might be South Africa's lucky charm here.
A lucky charms. That's not
Is that your Irish accent?
That's not Irish. Yeah.
Okay.
Lucky charms. What's wrong with that?
That's not terrible.
I think it's pretty good.
And also we have got there, where is Bolin born? I believe he's a Tasmanian boy.
He's
if I'm not wrong. And also we have got their typical Aussie, says John Mills. And also I've always wanted to try the Bundaberg products. They seem all right. One day find myself in the Pacific region. And also ripping you off with the mango, says John Mills. Yeah, I had to pay $6.50 for a mango.
Really? Where's Seb from again?
Seb is from Romania.
Romania, that's it.
I'm going to very quickly check if Mighty Ape have Bundaberg, because if they do, I know they ship to Romania, Sebastian.
You could buy them some. Shipped over there.
Maybe. I'd laugh if I shipped it over there and he just said, nah, it tasted terrible.
This tastes horrible. Man, imagine all those balls coming at him at once.
That wouldn't be a lot of fun.
It's just like a still shot. It's like, oh no.
Bowled again. Cam Green just getting it outside of off stump.
Why doesn't he just hit it for 6?
That's what George
I don't
says.
get it. Right, just hit it for 6.
Yeah, but if you miss it, you get him bowled.
Just hit it for 6.
Tell you what, you'd love watching England play Test cricket because they do go at about 5 or 6 runs and over.
5 or 6 runs and over.
Yes.
So wait, they're just hitting 6s.
Hitting boundaries yet. Okay, they don't actually have Bundaberg on Mighty Ape, sadly.
But I imagine on a 2020 test, not a 2020 test, 2020 match, you'd be getting a lot more 4s and 6s because it's not as much time, so you just go for it.
Yeah.
You might as well.
And then ODI is a bit of a mixture.
ODI?
50 over game for both sides. And
wait, how many overs was this again?
This will be 90 overs today, but they won't get through all of them because Australia have been very slow.
So
38 overs down, 94 for 5 now.
So
for
guys,
the South Africans.
T20,
ODI.
test match.
Yeah, for the length of them. And also they won't against the Black Caps and
He's
Bolt.
in front of the line.
He's allowed to be. Normally that's to mitigate any chance of an LBW. Do you know what an LBW is?
Legs.
Yep.
Legs.
You kind of sound like, you know, when like a child sees a big bowl of chocolate.
Legs without.
No,
Legs.
it starts with B. The next one.
What is it?
Leg.
Behind.
No.
Before.
Yep. Last one, W.
Wicket.
Yeah, there you go.
Leg before wicket.
Yep.
That doesn't. I don't even know what that means.
That pretty much means that your pad has stopped the ball from hitting the stumps.
Oh, so your leg's in the way.
Yep. So, I fear you'd missed
So
that.
if he'd missed that, that would have been an LB. So
would have been close.
That means you're out.
Yeah. Another way of getting out. As a partnership developing here, it is. This has actually been a very good one. Ever since Isaac got here, South Africa have not lost another wicket.
Partnership. Or they're meaning that.
Them, but we both bonded over mango.
You know those Kerry drinks that you got us? You gave me the big box.
Yeah.
We bought another box of them.
Did you?
And we quite liked them.
Use my discount code?
What's your discount code? Just Kiwi Lads 10.
No, I wish we had one of those. So that'd be fantastic.
What did you get them from Mighty 8?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you get them from the shop?
The store.
Ah.
Because we were like, these are actually quite good, quite refreshing.
It's when you actually, the rolling technique actually made them better, I think.
Probably did. See, I should have inverted.
No, that's Hamish's husband, says Gareth. 5% mango, says John. And has Bangladesh lost already? Haven't seen Roman in a while. Yeah, they did lose, unfortunately. And will Isaac be here for the whole 5 sessions?
No.
Okay, well, the door's always open for him if he wants to.
Wait, what's the session? So is that each day?
So each session is 2 hours.
So there's 5 sessions a day?
No, 3 of this one, and then I'm doing another test match straight after.
Oh, so you're not watching the whole thing?
The whole of this one I will be, but I'll miss the first session of New Zealand-Pakistan.
So there's a session when they have their lunch and tea break.
Pretty much it
goes... Did you know the lunch break is 40 minutes and the tea break is 20 minutes?
Did you know we've got a tea break in about 50 minutes? Also, Michelle Isaac is an old friend of Hamish. Says going down, Hamish, Merry Christmas. And introducing new guest, Hamish, bro. Yeah, this is Isaac, one of the other Kiwi lads.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Join the channel. Says Michelle in there. So, yeah, you would have seen him on the Kiwi Lads vlog that we did a little while ago. Membership comment box. Is right.
Is the podcast still?
It's still taking a bit long to edit the audio. Went bad.
Yeah.
You know, but it's getting there. It's just been very annoying to sync.
Membership comment boss.
So I gotta go here on this one. This is Bangladesh's shite.
So can you not see it on there?
No, which really annoys me.
Why not?
Because it should be able to come up on there, shouldn't it?
You need a third monitor. You've got a third monitor. You need one lengthways for the chat.
I actually have one in my room.
You should do that.
Should I set that up?
That'd be pretty cool because you can have the chat there. It'd be bigger than that.
Yeah, I can zoom in.
Yeah.
I can actually see it. And also, Kohli should be dropped, says John. And the Indians were lucky to beat Bangladesh. Yeah, they just had that good partnership forming with Ashwin getting close to the half century. Ashwin, the German.
Is he German?
No, he's Indian. Ashwin.
Ashwin. German cricket. That's a big stadium.
It is. The MCG.
It is in Australia.
Yep.
Melbourne Cricket Grounds. That's what it stands for?
Yes. And so I'll meet you in your room, Hamish, Sebastian.
Sounds good.
You think you can handle the commentary while I'm away?
Wait, where are you going?
In my room.
Oh, am I not invited?
The first wicket that we saw.
Oh.
There's a rowing machine in my room at the moment.
Is there a bed?
Yeah.
A bed?
Yeah, just got a rower.
You use your rower?
No, not enough.
You have a gym to go to that has a rower.
Yeah.
You can just go there.
True. And also, we have what's happening in Hamish's room. There's a few.
You'd like to know, Gareth. You'd like to know. Can't explain on this podcast. This live stream.
That was a good throw from Marnus. That's the one that you.
So these are all just replays.
Yeah. And this is the one that you almost got to see when you just got here. And since then, not a single wicket falling.
5 for 95. See, that's not looking as bad.
No, that's looking a lot better.
Yeah. Thunder. What's the general rule of thumb for a?
You shut up.
What's the general rule of thumb for like a over? No,
Session.
no
Innings.
innings. What's an innings?
Okay, they're saying it's not out. I think that's good. Pat Cummins is saying too high. Cameron Green's saying, no, I don't think it was too bad, buddy.
DRS.
DRS. So pretty much if he makes a T with his arms, they can go upstairs to check this one.
That's emo.
Yeah. I would have gone up.
What's DRS?
Got close.
What's it stand for? In F1, it's drag reduction system.
It means
That would have gone over.
something review system. Yeah, that did look a bit higher in that replay, didn't it?
That would have bounced over.
I'm going to go wishing everyone a happy holiday. And thanks for hosting Hamish and Isaac. Cheers to the meals. Or sorry, cheers to the mods. Everyone in the chat. Cheers, Muttley there. Yeah.
Nice.
That's a decent one. That's an old school bop, isn't it?
Is it a bit of a bop?
Yeah, we will see you later on, Muttley. And yes, 76 for 7. Oh, would have been umpire's call. So that means if the umpire had given that out and South Africa had reviewed, it would have stayed as out. So that's quite big.
So if they don't tell them to look upstairs, they still look upstairs and be like, well, this is what would have happened.
Yeah, pretty much. Just to make the players feel bad. They got it wrong. Cam Green now. Nice shot.
I always find cricket umpires are very serious. They just show no emotion. They're just like, they're big hats.
I have one of those hats. Do you want it?
Do you?
Yeah. I actually was an umpire in that recent game that I played.
How were you allowed to umpire if you were playing?
Because when our team was batting and I wasn't batting, I was allowed to be one of the umpires. You kind of supply your own umpire type thing. And yeah, gave a couple people out. Short ball. And Irish Row, where's the uncle and auntie? Wishing Merry Christmas from me, says Michelle. So my mum's currently out on a walk with her twin brother's partner. Currently walking around. Dad's out on the farm doing some weaning.
Weaning?
Yep. Pretty much the lambs and the mothers going to separate areas. Yeah. Fun times.
So sad.
Right, another good ball. Janssen in behind it. Not going at the quickest run rate ever. So Janssen sitting on 11 off 49, but still is out there, and that's the main thing. And also, did Cummins go do trig at school, Hamish? Trigonometry? Did you do trigonometry?
Yeah, you did trigonometry.
I don't remember a single thing from trigonometry.
Trigonometry is like year 9 and 10.
That's like A.
Yeah, it's triangles.
Triangles. Angles. I love the angle stuff.
Yeah, it's angles.
I enjoyed when it was like, this is what type of angle is this? And it was like whether it's a small one, which was a acute angle, or a slightly bigger one, which was a octane. Obtuse. And then the biggest angle, which was obese. No, what was the biggest one?
A reflex is when it's past 180, so it goes.
Here you go. We teaching.
Can you tell I taught year 9 and 10 maths for a bit?
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
I'm going to teach you.
maybe. That would be fun. And Isaac's waiting for the stream to be done so he can go get some thighs at KFC.
I'm not George. But I would love that right now.
And also the Stormers win by playing obstruction rugby. That is out of the blue, isn't it? I mean, they're a decent side, the Stormers. I guess it's one of those ones that if they get in trouble for it, they won't do it. But if they're getting away with it, they're going to do it, aren't they? It's going to give you that slight advantage. You'd still do it, wouldn't you? And also we've got there Quinton. Shame. And I'm a sore loser, says Quinton. Which team do you go for, Quinton? Out of curiosity, I assume. No, the Stormers, did they win? No, who'd they play? They played the Bulls, didn't they?
Sure.
And they won, didn't they? The Stormers. Oh, so you're a Bulls supporter. Never mind. I've worked it out. I've done the little maths in my head. And also, Irish Bro Pakistan versus New Zealand game. Also, next few hours remaining. Can New Zealand this time doing well in Pakistan home soil? It's going to be tricky, Stormers one, says Sebastian, and the Bulls, says Clinton. And as well, yeah, it's going to be tough. But we'll see how we go. It looks like they're going to be bowling short to Janssen here from Mitchell Stark. Now, this is a tough one because, it's actually full, whipped off the pads beautifully by Janssen, and that looks like it could race to the boundary. It sure does. Brilliant shot. He's a big man, Janssen.
Jeez. He's tall.
He is. Look at that. Boom. Plays it nicely under the eye line.
So there are like 40 overs.
Yep.
So we're about halfway through the overs for this innings.
For this day. So they can bat tomorrow as well if they still have wickets in hand.
Right, it's 90 overs a day.
It should be, but they're really slow at the moment. They should, at this point, where we're sitting now, they should be up to about 51 overs. Oh, that's hit him hard. I think it got him in the bread.
Nuts.
Yeah, I was going to say in the bread basket, but the nuts is another way of describing it. The testicles.
It is cool.
The baby makers. And the dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that hurts.
Even with a
box.
A box.
Because you think about the impact.
Yeah,
like a
still
box.
an impact. Yeah.
A box is like that.
Still hitting you.
Like that. He looks like he's good to go though. I'm back for more pain. Oh, that man's now in pain. Got hit in the box. Short ball, gets the gloves just down enough. Sometimes you can get that little feather on it if you don't mean to.
Yeah.
Exactly right, yes. Yeah, currently there's another 40 minutes left of this session. You're regretting your decision?
Nah, this is quite interesting.
Nice.
Run rate 2.48. It's getting better,
Mhm.
isn't it?
Yeah, slightly.
Not very good though.
It's still quite slow. The crown jewels, that is another good way of
That's a good one.
describing it. What do you think will be the result of Pakistan New Zealand series? I mean, Pakistan have got a really good chance at home, but coming off a loss in the series up against England, I feel like their confidence might be down a little bit. And also, you didn't read Gareth's comment. Which one have we got? Stormers 1. The Crumpers called me a C word. It was awesome. Says Gareth there. Yeah, it was an interesting one. Those back and forths between you and him, weren't they?
Crumpus.
Mm.
You're crumpusing my style.
Do you enjoy crumpets?
Yeah, tolerable.
Okay. Good. Just realised your sunglasses, you can slightly see the screen.
You guys want to watch the game?
You can't see it well enough,
screen
can you?
is it?
No, don't close. They might try and copyright us. That's the light over there. So that next one to your side, that's our chat screen. It all kind of combines into one, doesn't it?
Does it?
I was like, why don't you go to the loo, Isaac? Says John there.
Oh no, that big white one's there.
Yeah, the ring light. That's good. I was like, play game, white boy. Don't show too much. They might catch on to it. The old Cricket Australia. And I was like, well, first of all, I hope Kiwis make it to the stadium safely for the game. Yeah. Be nice. Nathan Lyon now into the bowling crease. It gets better when it's been opened and it just sits there, resonating.
Turns into a bit of a juice more than a fizzy.
Yes.
Did you want one?
No, I'm all right.
Is that the last one?
Nah, there's still a couple more in there. And finally, I've been on the channel for nearly 2 years. Never seen any footage until now, says Sebastian. Well, let's keep it hush-hush. Or else old Fox might get a bit angry, won't they?
I still haven't bought back my membership. I remember it
That's all right.
declined once because I'm poor.
Mm.
And then I never went around to doing it again.
Yes.
I still don't have.
That's all right. We'll forgive you.
I think I'm a moderator.
Yeah, you got your little spinner.
I could kick any of you out. I could even kick you out.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
Nathan Lyon into the attack. Now he's bowling a bit of off spin here. Advancing down the wicket. Yeah, so pretty much spinning it back into the player. Using his finger
Ooh,
spin.
that'd be tricky. What's the other spin?
A leg spin or wrist spin.
Well, those are two different body parts.
So
isn't
pretty
it?
much, I wish I had a ball. Table tennis ball.
Work is it?
No, it's a bit
Ooh,
small,
my
isn't it?
legs.
So pretty much, as an off spinner, I'm trying to rotate my fingers down it this way. Whereas as a leg spinner, so imagine there, right-hander, that's going to spin like that and come back into it. Whereas a leg spinner, you normally flick it out the back like that. Or if you're Rashid Khan, he actually locks it in and just uses the fingers like that.
She can't.
Rashid Khan.
She can't do that, mate.
So that's leg spin or wrist spin. See how much that moved? That's because he got a good tweak on it like that. That's the difference.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No.
In aerospace footage all the time.
Oh, I do see. That was a
Off spin or
off
finger
spin.
spin.
Off spin.
Yeah, his job as a spinner here is to try and slow down the run rate, but also try and lure them into playing a bit more.
Lure them into hitting.
Aussie
Smacking.
fermentation, says John. Yeah, over 4 days it's crafted.
What's it when you're a fast bowler? Is it just called a fast bowler?
Pretty much all pace.
And you just try and smack it as fast as you can.
Pretty much. Or you can, you seam it. You can do cutters as a bowler, which is pretty much doing a leg spin or an off spin delivery, just bowling it a lot quicker. So it will do a little bit off the surface.
So do you have ones that can do both?
They're the most dangerous.
Because then they'll be like, oh, do it heaps fast, one's fast, one fast one. And then it's like, ooh, little spinner on you.
See, normally leg spinners, that's their orthodox. And then they get their wrong one, which is actually like that out the back. And pretty much what that does is that will cause that ball to spin back in as the wrong one. And that will actually go like it's a leg spinner, looking like, but it will come back in rather than going across.
So it looks like you're doing a leg spin, but then when it actually hits, it's like, oh, shit.
And then when you look at someone like a Rashid Khan who bowls at about 100 Ks relatively quickly, of course, these pace bowlers bowling about 140, but normally your spin, you're looking at about 90-ish.
Yeah.
So to bowl it a bit quicker, it gives you less time to be able to react. That's a great shot from Verena there. And also, hey, Hamish and Isaac, welcome in. And could you play the most beautiful girl in the room for us? Says Gareth. And best off spinner of all time, Hamish, says John.
Is Gareth calling me the most beautiful girl in the room?
Maybe.
I
Are
hope
you
so.
asking or telling me, John? Are you saying that I'm the best off spinner in the world? But I think it's probably got to be between Nathan Lyon, Test match cricket, Miraliferin. Definitely one. He actually bowled it and it looked like he had a bent arm. Looked like he was throwing it, but really he just had a very bendy elbow. But it was like not bendy that way, it was bendy that way. It was a nice 4. Or 3, in fact. Got cut off.
Oh, did it?
They haven't lost a wicket since you've been here.
Good luck. Maybe I should leave just for a minute, just today.
Just to test it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see how much spin that is?
Stuff that.
It's because it's spin on it. So you just realised they can't actually see my other hand and it's just coming from nowhere. So what's the time? When you're driving down the road and Justin Bieber's song comes on the radio, time to change the channel.
Is that what the time is? I don't mind Justin Bieber.
Aren't you?
Has
he improved over time?
He's just tolerable.
You've done well there.
Yeah, spin. No. See, I did spin bowling. I did spin bowling when we were bowling. In-pin bowling.
Yes. You get a nice little natural. You'd be a good leg spinner.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to. I wasn't meaning to. I'm just useless.
But you didn't come last? Or you did?
I did.
Both times. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got the time at first night. Huts, McDonald's. Like it's song for shows. I can't say no mo. And sorry, I missed what Isaac said. No, for real, most beautiful girl in the room. Flight of the Conchords. Says Gareth. I don't actually have the guitar inside.
Inside?
Yeah, it's out in the shed.
Why is it in the shed?
I put pretty much everything out of the lounge, so it was nice and tidy for Christmas.
Did you have Christmas here?
Yeah, Christmas tea.
Yeah.
Everyone came around. West
Yeah.
Indians, Lance Gibbs. Yeah, sorry. Oh, no, I read that one. Apparently, Australia, they've got a little bit less of an attacking field. Got the leg gully, though, which is an interesting choice.
The gully, yeah.
It looks like they've got a field that's set up.
What about that fine leg?
Hmm. Hmm.
Fine leg.
Yep. Do you know what the opposite of fine leg is?
Horrible leg.
I guess, yeah. But third man, that's on the other side.
Makes no sense. So can you have a fine third man?
Not really. He'd just be straight behind, wouldn't he? Good ball. Well fielded by Stark. Falling down. He's doing a bit of posing.
It looks hot there.
Yeah.
It looks hotter than it is here.
What is the temperature in Melbourne? 24 degrees with a high of 36
You
today.
and your bloody technology.
Yes,
Jeez.
Siri's handy. She saved me a lot.
Your bitch.
Oh, I'm hers.
You almost caught that. If
Well
it was in
fielded.
the air.
Mm.
Only Stark with a C.
He wasn't too keen on getting up, was he? He was like, it's quite nice down here. Relax in the shade. Oh, well bowled again. But these two, they're sticking around.
Not getting too many runs, though.
No, but their wickets more valuable at this point, I'd say.
And just like keeping it going.
Keeping it going. Keep the Australians getting a little bit more tired.
Yeah.
I just realised in the very corner of the screen, you can see the lid of your bottle.
Yeah.
Oops, my
I'm just pointing at my dick.
Yeah. Looks quite cool, doesn't it?
Mm.
There you go. Seam presentation. That's another thing that you could look at for pace bowling.
Seam presentation.
Mm-hmm.
There's the seam of the ball.
Yep. See how they...
That was all over the place.
Yep. The wobble seam. Be quite a handy feature. And South Africa must bring attacking mind players like David Miller to Test cricket. Well, I mean, we've seen it work for England. So South Africa, they've got some brilliant players around the world who can attack in a game of cricket. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to have one or two guys who might be a little bit more aggressive. Although England tried it in the past with Jason Roy, it didn't work out too well for them. So it's all about finding that balance. But South Africa, their batting lineup, to be honest, it looked like it came in a little bit light for this match. And it's actually their middle order who are putting the runs on the board, which normally isn't the way it should be. Nathan Lyon here. Nickname's Gazza.
What's his name, Gary?
That's his nickname, but his first name's Nathan.
Why is his nickname Gazza?
Back with the AFL days, I believe something ridiculous is there. And do live commentary on Backyard Cricket. And he just hit a 6 and it gone next door neighbour's window, or through the next door neighbour's window. Dropped the bat, jumped over the fence, and look at him run off. It's Kiwi gamer.
Maybe we should play some backyard cricket.
It would be fun.
Let's go for 4.
You think?
That's not what we out there.
Chasing hard here.
Oh,
Scotty bowling, doesn't get to it. 4 runs. You caught it from the get-go. Verena goes up to 28 runs now on the board. That's good stuff from South Africa. I guess the question for me to you is, do you prefer seeing wickets or do you prefer seeing runs scored like this? Did you like that shot?
I prefer seeing wickets or both. I mean, both would keep it interesting as a viewer.
Mm. As a, I guess, newer viewer, you know, if you were flicking through the channels, do you think a shot
I wouldn't keep it on here.
No. It's a shame, isn't it? Hamish, don't stop being, or Hamish, stop being a bad mate. Ditch us and hang out with Isaac with a K.
Yeah,
says
Hamish.
Gareth.
Ditch these 37 people and hang out with me.
Yes.
Nah.
Huh?
Nah.
You got any plans for dinner?
Nah. I don't really know. We've kind of just got leftovers and stuff.
Do you have Christmas at yours?
Nah, bananas.
Just steal some food. Good stuff. Christmas is all about stealing the food.
It's about stealing. Not giving, stealing. Yeah, Have him for dinner.
Oh!
Did I just missed that?
Almost, but he also missed it just narrowly with his bat. So,
Hang on.
just outside of the off stump.
Oh, I thought, okay.
So, dinner-wise for me tonight, or yesterday?
Tonight.
Tonight, I'll probably just have ham and turkey.
Nice.
Stock standard, you know. Oh,
Because I know last night it was chocolate and
ham and turkey.
no, that was for dinner, wasn't it? Like the
Yeah.
lunch. You had lunch.
Oh no, we had dinner. Yeah, rather than lunch. I actually only got up at about 3:30.
So you didn't eat. Oh my god, turkey up in the morning, mate.
And also you can steal and give when it's just steal no matter what.
Correct.
Says Sebastian.
Preferably steal for yourself.
It's a great message.
That ball go.
Shot there once again. Verena, this is a good partnership. I believe it's almost come up as 50-run partnership, almost 44 off 93.
Yeah.
Sorry, that.
English?
Yep. That's what are you doing?
I still don't know what you're saying. Who's over there? Who's over there?
So what are you doing after the next 30 minutes or so? You want to do something?
We can play some cricket.
Outside?
Yeah.
Could do.
I'll bet you.
Yeah?
Backyard cricket.
Isaac doesn't eat food. He only eats some things cats are named after.
Oh, pussy.
Yeah.
Oh. Highly nutrients. High in nutrients.
Is it?
And protein.
Really? Are you guys Catholics? From that last comment, you can probably tell no. No.
We could live stream us playing cricket.
We could.
During the break. No, you want a break. You'll probably want a break.
That's so good. Well, it depends, because now that I know you're only in town till the 28th, I feel like we should do something during session number 3.
Nah, you got work.
That's all right. I'll be back later on tonight. You give some pH level as beer, or same pH level as beer. If you like beer, you'll like. Says Gareth.
What pH level is beer?
Shot. Sorry.
I was talking.
It's nice.
Oh, nah, he's got it. He's got it. He's got it.
Shane, he loves, that ball back in.
If they hit it out that far, do they normally get about 3 runs?
So they managed 2 there. If it was a worse fielder than Labuschagne, you'd probably go for 3 off the throw.
Yeah.
Get 1 more. But yeah, normally just short of the boundary rope, you're looking at close to 3 in test match.
Yeah.
Or at least 2 anyway.
Yeah.
Hang on how well he said it. He's getting a bit reckless here. Reckless.
Who?
Janssen.
What one's that?
The big tall.
The
bean pole. Yep.
Yeah, he kind of wasn't like getting into it, He's kind of just...
What I sounded like.
Yeah.
That was a good ball.
Maybe I put some...
Look at that.
Oh, that's a good ball. You always said that.
It's called a peach.
Where you just nip it.
Where it's very close to the bat. Or a Jaffa.
Why is there so many names for these?
And the MCG, you can run for that is a good point with the long boundaries. You can get sometimes a few extras.
Your computer is working hard.
It is. Got them fans running. Jill Stark here once again charging. Shot. No, didn't quite get all of it. Minus fields it there at cover. Yeah, Janssen, he's starting to speed up a little bit. He's sitting on 18 of 68 deliveries. So maybe he's decided it's about time that they start attacking the bowlers a bit more, put them under pressure just before the end of the session. Still has another 20 minutes left. But the problem is, if they lose a wicket now, then you expose a new batsman to some tough bowling before the end of the session.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's his name's got to pick up the pace of it?
It's tricky. If Janssen's going to go for it, he needs to make sure he commits to going for it and not half do
Because
it.
he's got 18 for 68, and the other guy's on 29.
Yeah, so strategically, if you're Janssen, you're probably just feeding the strike to Verena when you can. You're not feeding the strike means.
So you're going for like twos, so that will just keep going.
So you'd probably want a single so that you can then get the other fella on strike since he's scoring quite nicely. That's something that they probably would use more in T20 or ODI though, rather than Test match.
I'd give them all a go.
Get one, get two. Says John. Exactly right. We saw it happen at the end of the first session. The captain ran himself out about 7 minutes to go, and they managed to get another 1 or 2 wickets after that. Damn. It's not what you want.
Johnson.
Right. 5 wickets down, 113. They average 140 each of their first innings. Good ball, up a shot. Down the ground, no fielder there. 4 runs for Janssen. You like that one? It's good, yeah.
It's good. He's so tall.
Got some height to him.
He can barely touch the bat when he puts it on the ground.
So normally you go with a short handle as the size. Here they have a long handle, I think. That sounds dodgy.
That's almost as long as the bat. What? What?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nice shot from Janssen.
Is he a fielder or a bowler?
He's a bowler.
He looks like a bowler.
It's plenty of height on it. Plenty of bounce.
Bit of bounce.
Look at that. Fist bump. You got to try and find his face in the camera. There he is. There. And this guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Partnership.
What a day for it, mate. What a day for it.
I was there 3 years ago.
Wow.
Been a while.
Who was playing?
Australia and New Zealand.
Who were you rooting for?
I was hoping New Zealand would do all right. They lost. You still going to F1 in Melbourne? No?
Okay. Too soon, haven't they? It's in March.
Got any Australian trips planned for your future?
No, over there.
He chopped it straight down onto the ground and straight up over.
Did they catch it?
No.
Oh, he bounced it onto the ground and then went.
Show off. Yeah.
Yeah, what were you saying?
You going to Australia anytime soon?
No.
No? Anywhere in New Zealand
Going
anytime?
To Rotorua.
You might be able to see David.
See in Rotorua?
Yeah.
Oh. You going there in March?
Are you going there in March?
Nice. Who do you think was going there?
No,
But you asked where I'm going.
Oh.
You're like, are you going there in March?
Yeah. Go to the hot balls, are you?
Yeah, could do.
Yeah. Make a day of it. But also, we've got out of you two, who is the biggest chick magnet? Well, one of us is single, one of us isn't.
Yeah, but one of us has had more chicks than the other.
But one of us, I would consider a chick magnet someone
because
who has a chick for longer.
Because he's held on to the chick.
Oh, Janssen, lovely, almost 6 runs down the ground. You wanted some sixes.
He's doing all right. He's picking it up. He's only got 4.
I miss David, and also Gareth as well. Look at Isaac.
Well, look at Hamish.
Well, don't. You got a much better beard though, don't you?
Yours is coming in though.
I'm trying.
Have you been working like trimming it?
I shaved it or trimmed it for Christmas because I didn't want to look too homeless.
That's always
shot.
A good thing.
Janssen, back-to-back boundaries.
He's coming into his own now.
See, now he moves up onto 30 runs and he's actually matching how many Verena's got.
But he has had 73.
That is true.
I reckon I could be a cricket commentator.
Okay.
I already know what's going on. I've got this game down pat now.
Tell you what, next over is yours, bud.
Righto.
I'll jump in when I need to, but
next over.
This one coming up now.
Okay, here we go.
Including the bowler. I believe it will be Mitchell Stark.
It's still Stark. That's quite a funny little thing you did there, wasn't it?
Was, yes. I guess I can keep talking since we're not at the over yet. There was a half chance for Marnus and close.
Yes.
Didn't quite manage to get the hand down to it quick enough.
That was a big smack, wasn't it?
Aggressive.
Last over.
No, that was the last over.
Last over.
Oh, it's actually Pat Cummins. I could have set you up for failure there.
Oh, instead of Mr. Stark.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we've got Pat Cummins here. He's a spin bowler. What's his name? What's his name?
Pat Cummins.
Pat Cummins, pace bowler. Look, the hair is aerodynamic, speed. He's coming in. He's not coming in too quick. He's right down the middle, and Jansen sends it to a guy. They get 1 run, and they're just racking up the numbers. Slow and steady wins the race, isn't that right, Hamish? Handing over to you.
Thank you very much. So Verena just got the single.
That's
Jansen now on strike. Oh, that's all right.
I didn't realise.
Oh, so good.
It was the camera that he looked so tall. I just
it's hard to tell what end he's at.
It's just he's the big prominent player. So
back to you in the studio, Hamish.
Might need to go to a game of rugby this year for you.
Oh, that would be fun.
Get some live coverage. You can pay for my data bill.
I'd happily do that. George, but did you want to do something? Wait, is George in town? Because George is also in town.
Oh, he messaged me. Did you want to do something? When did he message you? Are you in?
I tried to put Wimo, but it corrected to Wynamp.
He messaged me 15 minutes ago, that same thing.
He messaged me just now, so I'm 15 minutes delayed.
Are you in town?
Cummins, nicely whipped.
Where's he coming?
Where's Sam Cane? He is not playing for the All Blacks recently.
I was going to say Sam Cane, isn't he a rugby player?
He is indeed. I don't know whether he'll get back into the squad, to be honest. What is your mate's name? It is Isaac. Come to Hamilton. Watch the Chiefs. Says Ollie there. And also, I have been to the Hot Balls in Napier. It's Kiwi Gamer.
Oh, yeah.
Because I know George was going to be in Wanaka for Christmas. But if he's back in town now,
I mean, it is not Christmas anymore.
He is in town. Whoops. I thought he was coming back today.
Are we just going to reply the same thing to him?
I'm just going to send a picture of your face.
Can I send a picture of your face?
Okay. So blurry.
Yeah.
There we go.
Have you done it?
Yep. And also, what's George up to? Planting potatoes. He was over in Christmas Wanaka. Wanaka for Christmas. He was doing a bit of silage out that way. A couple of days ago, though, I think in Queenstown. So we have got there. How are you from Taro? I'm doing. Or how far are you? We're doing. We are quite far
from Tauranga.
South Island.
I might be calling into Tauranga on my Rotorua trip.
There you go.
There you go.
Jansen's getting it out of the middle of his bat. Or a lot better than he was early. Which is nice. Hamish, how far are you from Tauranga? I read that one. I meant to read Sebastian's, which was
good partnership.
Good partnership.
Is this thumbs up much needed?
Yeah. So we've got another 10 minutes left of the session. I think George might end up round here.
He might.
I don't think he'll want to do a cricket stream, will he?
No, he won't.
No,
he might. He might like cricket.
Short ball. He played. Once again. It's all happening in Wimo today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone's about.
Are you doing the Boxing Day sales? I thought you'll be doing it on Mighty Mate.
Yeah, I got a few lined up. I haven't bought anything yet. I've seen a cricket bat that I think would be quite nice.
Maybe I should buy some stuff online.
Maybe. But yeah, it's normally $750. Now it's like $250. And I'm like, oh.
That's a lot. Is that how much a bat normally costs?
It's a nice high-end bat, but it's $250, but I don't think I can afford to buy it. So I already have a bat.
You do already have a bat, so you don't need one.
So if anyone wants me to write their name on the back of my bat while I wear a GoPro, advertising.
Isaac, can I guess how old you and Hamish are from Ollie? Yeah, go on.
Go on then.
Go on.
How do you look younger?
You young fella.
No, that doesn't make you look younger, does it?
No, I sound old.
You do.
Amos.
My hairline's old. Oh, advancing. Another single there. South Africa in a very good stint here. Understandable, says Sebastian. But do you want me to come round? Now, I could have been, even though he know I was joking, I could have said nah.
No,
But
I
but yeah, can do. George might end up on the couch too, ladies and gentlemen. To be honest, I don't know what's going to happen for this third session. There's more than likely a chance that George might say, let's go out and actually do something rather than sitting doing cricket. So I guess now it's in that situation of what to do, isn't it? I did say at the start of the Christmas period, a few days before, I said things would pop up. Not literally pop up now, but
things might happen.
Yeah. Vlog content. If we vlog it, it counts as camera work for the channel. Content.
Why don't we just live stream it?
Reckon Hamish is 50 and Isaac is 30.
You know, you're a bit out.
Yeah, you're close. I'm 49. So, if I didn't just have my birthday. I know. No. I don't know what age I look, to be honest. Because I almost, if I got rid of this, I kind of look not quite 16, but I look young, but then I also look like if you said you're 28, you'd be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say you look older than you are, maybe, by like 5 years.
It's forehead, isn't it? Look how much I can tense it. It's probably the angriest I've looked, and it wasn't even trying to look angry. Angry. Like, this is me looking angry.
I just look confused. Kiwi Gamer. Would Isaac like to eat kangaroo, emu, buffalo, and crocodile? You can at Outback Jacks in Perth. Might have to go to Outback Jacks.
That would have been a brilliant sponsors reading, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Irish brother, have you had the opportunity to spend some time with your mates? Do it. We've watched some Test cricket. Gonna make time, or gotta make time for the friends as well. But if everything, as well, says Sebastian, and you wouldn't surprise me if George was outside. He will be at some stage. But yeah, so I believe I would say more than likely third session of the day we will be missing, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully that
might be able to convince George.
Well,
he loves his cricket.
And the fact that he'll come around when it's the tea break, he'll be like, this is boring.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's going to be more than likely. I'd like to come back for the first session of Pakistan, New Zealand, but at least minimum, I'll be doing the last session of that day. So,
what time's New Zealand, Pakistan?
It starts at about 6, but I wasn't going to be doing the first session anyway. I was going to
be doing this one.
Yeah, I was going to be doing the second session starting at around 9. So if we're not done by then, more than likely 11:20, we will be doing the last session.
Really?
And as we have good there, I effed it up at the end there. Don't worry about ending the stream. Is what it is. I was trying to say Sebastian in there as well. Yeah, because you're not round too often, are you?
No, I'm not.
No. Get it right. Come on. No, not quite. It's all about the angle. A little bit further out. That way. That way. Yeah, almost.
Yeah, but it's a large.
Almost. There it is. Okay, yep, they get it. There's a train. A train outside.
That was a good noise, wasn't it?
Excited. Those shoes are bloody red. Are they new?
My nana asked if I was in a gang.
What, because of the shoes?
Yeah.
Because of the colour of them, or just because they look like you're...
Like, is it Bloods? Bloods would be this. Or is it Mongrel Mob?
I don't know.
Mongrel Mob's more New Zealand red kind of stuff, isn't it?
Mm.
Someone in the chat will know. What's the New Zealand gang that's red? Is it Mongrel Mob?
Isaac's my spirit animal. I see him when I take DMT every day.
Wow. Every day.
You should have that as a doorbell. That would be a brilliant ringtone for a phone.
You went to the zoo in Christchurch and they got those like monkeys
No.
and they've got the big throats on them. They go.
Oh.
I don't want to do that too much because we'll take it out of context.
Here's a fun one for you. Remember going to Willowbank when we were on the Antarctic?
Welcome's everyone.
That actually the jingle.
What's their jingle?
I've
on the
never
radio?
heard that.
It's on the radio.
But yeah, Willowbank.
Yeah.
We went there, didn't we, for Antarctic Centre trip?
Yes. Yeah.
You remember those eels on the platform that would come up and try and eat the children?
Yep.
Yeah. But also, I still remember
Did
vividly.
you put your
I still remember vividly. No,
No, not me.
not me.
Not
Yeah, there was a turtle in the monkey enclosure.
What's that?
Yeah, and it wasn't supposed to be there. And it was right down by the water. And one of the monkeys
Picked it up.
grabbed a stick.
I mean,
it started poking it.
I feel
The
like I'd
stick.
do that too, to be honest.
The thing is, I've got a picture of it on my Nintendo, like
3DS.
DSi, so it's terrible quality.
Yeah.
And I think I took it at the wrong time. But yeah, the monkey was just going over, and then it just
Oh,
started whacking into this turtle.
I would too.
And the children, we were all watching, going, "Hang on."
It's like
That
when you see those videos of like kids at a zoo and then the monkey starts jacking on. You're like, what's it doing, Mom?
Oh, that's an ugly ball.
He's getting aggressive.
It's Pat Cummins is trying to get Janssen down here. And also, proud boys, says John. Anyway, not every day, says Gareth. And there for the DMT.
This Proud Boys a gang.
Is that a gang?
Is that a gang?
Oh,
Are they like a gay gang? You're proud.
that's on the elbow. Look at this. Oh, it's not going to show you, but it hit him right there. That wouldn't have felt nice.
That would not be funny,
No.
even though it's.
I'm sure he didn't find it humorous. Anyone who doesn't know what that is,
Oh no, they're an American far-right neo-fascist white nationalist and exclusively male organisation that promotes and engages in political violence in the United States. The Proud Boys.
surely they've got to summarise that a bit better than that, don't
they're
they?
pretty much Nazis.
Mm.
It has been called a street gang and was designated as a terrorist group in Canada and New Zealand. So they're technically a terrorist group here. Better take these shoes off then, hadn't I?
Couple more overs till we get to the tea break. I believe the last one will be Nathan Lyon. Maybe after Pat Cummins, that's going to be worked away. I should
Who's
at least get
Lyon?
one more.
Is he another bowler?
Nathan Lyon is the spin bowler again.
Okay.
Gazza.
Like there's Lyon
Mhm.
and Cummins, who's a fast bowler.
Yep.
And then I've got this.
Mhm. Think of
Stark
Yep.
is a spin as well.
No, ace.
Base.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then they've also got Cam Green and Scott Boland.
Bowler. Scott Bowler.
Mhm. He's a favourite at the MCG.
We've got Mr. Bolt. He's the New Zealand 1A.
He is, although he's not playing in the test today.
Is he a fast bowler?
He is indeed.
He's got a great
It's quite unfortunate because the one that you've picked out is one that they've left out of the squad, only because he's playing in the BBL though.
big black
No.
big bash league.
Yeah. There you go. You were thinking of the BBC, weren't you?
Yeah, British broadcasting.
Exactly right. Nathan Lyon. Whipping across the stumps a little bit there. Verena whips it to the legs again. Another single.
What was I going to say? Who is in the New Zealand team that I would know?
Tim Southey?
Heard of him? Mr. McCullum?
No.
He doesn't play anymore.
No, he's actually coaching England
Oh,
in their test match. Good angle there for Nathan Lyon, but it's whipped through for another single. And Big Black.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything that starts with L. So
Leaguings.
leagues,
Yeah.
just leagues.
Sip.
Getting down to the bottom there.
Getting down to the nitty gritty of the whole thing, aren't you? Oh, reverse sweep. Shot from Verena. Here come the Saffers. That's the thing. I've been given the Safa pass to say Safa
Gump 3.
rather than South African. And I still feel bad about saying it because I think it's supposed to be used as a slightly like bad term.
Sapper.
Yeah. But
It's like the N word.
well, not quite to the same extent.
Geez, Hamish, that's not really good, is it?
No.
Yeah, stop there.
Oh, so I feel all insecure all of a sudden, says Nuzzy Williams. With the legs or
Don't.
someone
We
came on
love big black legs.
someone came into the live stream the other day and they were like, "Hey Amish, you human walking tripod." That was their first line.
I told you.
Oh, yes. It caught me off guard because normally
That
people
would?
either say hello or if you. You know, that's
Yeah.
normally the two.
That's quite good, isn't it?
Mm,
So you got new lights. They're like lines.
yeah.
Or are they not new?
No, they've been around for a bit, but not that long.
Are those new speakers?
They are.
They look quite flash.
They do glowy stuff. They have rainbow
Ooh.
lights, but they're actually really cheap.
How much were they?
$85.
That's all right.
Down from 70.
Is there a sub with it?
No,
Or is it just those two?
just those two.
No, don't want to know about it.
Lingram. What's a
Lingam.
Lingram? Lingam. It's a lingam.
What's ligma?
Ran a nice pull shot.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
That's going to be another 2 runs. They're just ticking over runs easy at the moment here, the South Africans. And Australia don't seem to be able to get that breakthrough that they need. You're literally South Africa's lucky charm. They have not lost a single wicket since you sat down. Still 5 down. Great fight back by the Proteas. Exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a 75-run partnership since you've been here.
How long is a partnership normally? Not this long.
No, normally, well, depends on the batting side, but normally a 50-run partnership is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Like these two are getting close to their half centuries.
Damn.
I wonder when George is going to show up. Because he put okay 9 minutes ago. So I assume he's on his way from misery to happiness today.
Uh-huh.
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 133 Ks that ball
Yeah, well.
from Pat Cummins.
Pretty good.
Pretty nice. Indeed, wasn't it? Yeah, this will be the last over of the session. So there's 4 balls left. I haven't seen you here in a while.
Here it is.
Wow. That's great stuff.
Gareth thinks we're going to get it to 200.
George is behind you guys, says Gareth. That would be fun, wouldn't it? He could actually get away with sneaking in, couldn't he?
You
Oh, you should hide behind the couch when George comes.
say, oh, he's left.
Yeah.
How do we know when he's all here? This is quite cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fun game, that one.
Oh, first go. Actually, I'm going to stop while I'm here. 100% win rate.
You don't want to hide behind the couch.
Well, I don't.
He's there now. He's just staring at me. Door's unlocked, isn't it? No, I wouldn't come through the window, buddy. I think he saw you. George is here. What sort of ham does he have? Or horn? A decent horn. A stock stamp, meh, probably, or meh. Somewhere like that. He's just come in the back door now. George is here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna. Hello.
Hi.
How do you do?
Not bad.
That is good. Come have a seat, buddy. How you been? You been working, have you?
Who's Isaac?
He went home.
Did he?
Yeah.
He was here though, I could hear him.
He was on the phone for a bit.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh well. Awesome cricket.
You enjoy a bit of cricket.
I'm bored.
Knew that might happen.
I like the couch, man.
Yeah?
Hey! Hey, what you doing? Hey, what you doing?
Not much.
Not a lot.
Good short ball. Went up in the air and it was dropped by
Damn!
You enjoy a bit of cricket, do you? They've just dropped the catch, I should mention.
Did they?
They did.
See, it's because I hid round here.
Mm.
I kind of went for a bit. I almost went in.
Yeah.
You're lucky.
Oh, we should do. We should just have it that everyone stands behind the couch like that. We'd all fit in.
Svetlana.
Oh,
What have you been doing?
Nah, you don't smell like shit.
hot out here, man.
Oh,
It's hot.
all played.
What have you been doing?
Sorry. I had to come home and do some work this afternoon.
That will be the end of the session, ladies and gentlemen. 51 overs down. It's still 9 behind what they should be at this point.
Oh, I had to do
144 for 5.
Oh, I mean, when I came on, I said, "Oh, where's George?" Like, because I came in and Harris was like, "Oh, my friend's here," and then they're like, "Oh, where's George?" Disappointed.
Yeah. Oh well.
They don't like me.
Hey, everyone, how are you all doing?
I'll tight with the censorship.
Very good. Right, but that is the end of the session. What's your plan? What we
I
doing?
was coming to say hello to the viewers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we were thinking about ending the live stream
Oh.
to go do something if you want to do
Yeah,
something.
could do, yeah. Swinging.
I want to do swinging with you guys.
How come? We like that.
Oh, on a swing. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the swinging party.
He's tall. That guy's
All right, bugger off.
Yeah, tall
Go
that
make
guy
us a
is, George.
vlog of George
No,
eating
How
nuggets.
tall that guy is.
Doable, isn't it,
Jackson.
George?
What was that?
Vlog of you eating nuggets?
Yeah.
Do you have nuggets?
No.
You have nuggets this whole
We
time.
need to buy the nuggets.
Mm.
You know.
Mhm.
buy
Oh,
some
well.
nuggets.
I guess thank you all very much for tuning in. A bit of an unorthodox one
Yeah.
that we've had today, but we will be returning at 9 p.m. tonight, roughly. If not 9 p.m., then it will be 11 p.m., somewhere around there. What's up, George? Are you been crushing on Hamish's sister? Says Aiden.
No, I have not. She's a very nice, respectful lady.
Mm-hmm.
Who won?
No one's won. It's day one.
That's so
Session
silly.
two.
Why
Yeah,
can't
they
they
played
win?
us for 5
But
days.
who's winning?
At the moment, you'd say Australia still, but very good session from South Africa.
At the
Oh.
end. At the end.
Mm.
Started off there.
Able to fight back pretty well.
Yeah.
Indeed. But yeah, so the plan is to return later on tonight, ladies and gentlemen. For the next session, we are going to go
Swinging.
swinging, filming stuff. And oi there, mateys, says young boy Pete. Welcome in, buddy. Hope you are doing well. Apparently a good session, though, for the South Africans. They're still 9 overs behind. That is shocking from Australia's bowlers. They need to pick that up in the final session of the day, definitely. They don't want to get fined and do it as Jim Ross and the King, as he eats, says Kiwi Gamer.
Is this like a different audience to the rugby?
A
Or?
little bit, a few different names in there.
Yeah.
A few familiar faces as well, though. Yeah. Thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy this stream, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I have to get up to then turn it off. You guys want to say anything before I end it?
Bye.
Tortillas are good.
Tortilla. Tortilla.
Tortilla.